Eight minutes past the hour. We start a brand new day together, the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome in. We got all kinds of things planned for today. We have Senator Tommy Tuberville. We know him as Coach. Senator Coach. That's a big joke between us. We call him both. But he'll be with us a little bit later in the show today. Catch up with him. He's been very, very busy. And get the state of affairs in old Washington, D.C. That's a good place, isn't it? But anyway, we'll talk to him. Plus the wheel of meat could spin and a whole lot more. Don't you go anywhere. We are pretty active here off air. We got a lot to discuss. And I think I saw Santa Bubba bringing some stuff in. Looks like 12 working days of Christmas are coming together. And so we'll look at that, too. The studio will start to show some of the gifts from the 12 working days of Christmas. So that's going to be something in the background that you'll see from time to time. Those gifts are going to be given away again this year. All right, we got Eddie Van Adler. He's in there. He's got TV. And to my right, it is one Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Y'all good? Everybody fine?
Yeah.
Everybody good. That's good. Nobody sitting.
All right, how many? We'll keep count because you do it every year, and I get it because our minds are just in habit.
Did I say something
No,
wrong?
but you would call 12 working days, 12 days of horror.
Yeah. 13 working day. Because see, it was we did the Halloween thing.
It's just we got all this information in our head. It don't matter how many.
But thanks for putting it there, buddy. Thank you, man. Appreciate it because I was fine until now. So at some point this week, I'll say it again.
Yeah. I set you up,
Helmsy. I know y'all did this when I was on vacation. I get it. Okay, I get it. But this thing you got going on is the strangest little thing.
It's really not.
What
Yes, it looks like you're doing mail, like you're sending an envelope to somebody.
Funny is he has to. I'm not even gonna
It's a little flip chart for me, so I have all my stuff for the week.
And
I got a bunch of
writing
stuff
is so
going
little,
on.
you
Well,
need
we
a
all got
magnifying
stuff
glass.
going on, but we don't use that.
Well, not all of us keep up with it. This helps me just stay in one little lane all week.
Okay,
I don't have a bunch of paper laying around.
Right.
I don't have a big notebook. Hey, I'm just flipping it right here.
Helmsy's using it like an
things here,
8 by
here.
10 envelope that you
here.
mail something in.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's
cross
using
this
that as his little call sheet for the week.
thought we were out of paper.
I thought we were out of notebooks. Good night.
Just trying it out. I think what I'm going to do is officially go to an iPad and just be all electronic and
All
never
right.
have paper, never write anything down.
Sharp.
Yeah,
But right now, I'm doing this.
because you could make a spreadsheet on your laptop with that.
Yeah, I could. There wouldn't really be a need for a spreadsheet with this. But
Okay.
yeah.
We're talking down about it.
Well, I mean,
We are making fun of it. So
Wait,
I'm
you-
going to defend
you must
myself.
admit-
I'm going to defend on what I'm
you must
doing.
admit that is a little.
that's
different.
a little different.
Well,
I mean,
it
it
is.
looks like you're mailing
Guys, I hate to
something.
break to you, I'm unique.
Well, thank you
I
for admitting that.
That's one word.
Hey, I'm a weird guy. I am a very strange man.
Hey.
Okay?
Well, it's new to
Put my
me. I
headphones
know
on
it's
short
not
end.
new to y'all, but it's new to me. So I've got to get past it.
Yeah, I'm already. I've
Okay.
adjusted. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I mean, we got,
I'm used to it now.
yeah,
It just
we
helps
got
me
this
keep
yellow
up with
8 by 10 envelope.
So I got
over
things-
there.
I got
Looks
things
like he's
on here.
filling out an address
I
to
think-
mail something.
I got things down here I want to ask y'all at some point.
Oh, okay.
This helps me keep up with it.
All right.
Kind
Well,
of
there
what's
you
going
go.
on.
I got you.
I'm being intentional. That's all I'm doing. There ain't nothing wrong with being intentional. Let's not
Okay.
make fun of that.
Well, yeah, right. No, it's just what you're using.
Yeah.
You can write it all you want.
I tell you what, tomorrow I want y'all to bring in something you would like me to start writing on, and I'll do that.
Well, I mean, we got
I want
notepads
this
back
to
there.
continue.
But see, the notepad, I can't get everything in
can't
there,
flip
and
it.
you can't flip it, and it's just it's uncomfortable. This goes right in my little bag.
There you go.
This works for me.
I like
Okay.
it. There
All
you
right.
go.
Let it work.
I'm gonna come to y'all's house today, and I'm gonna start doing something the way I want to do it, and see how y'all like it.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, we'd be messed up then.
Well, I know.
Depends on what it is.
I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to kind of go with it.
Here
You know
we
how
go.
you pick your battles?
Yeah.
Terry's got,
She listening?
I don't know, I'm thinking.
Nah, go ahead. It's early. Do it now.
She ordered some Christmas lights for the tree. All right. And now, I don't know about y'all, but I like the standard, really small white lights for your Christmas tree.
Flickering, no flickering?
No, just solid.
Same
white.
way. I'm in your camp.
I mean, I'm just
Don't
that's-
want 'em blinking.
No, I don't
I'm in
want
your
all
camp
that,
on that.
Okay. I
Yep.
mean, I'm not at the mall. Okay, just give me some Christmas lights.
Yes.
And she ordered some that came in, and she was so excited. Matter of fact, I think they came in when she came up to Huntsville to see me for a day or two when I was with my parents. She came up and
You talking about just lights that go on a tree?
yeah, but she ordered some, but because
Dollar General piled up with them.
I know. Thank you, Greg. There's my argument.
Because I have to go 5,000 times to get them to work on my tree. Believe me, I'll go and I won't have enough.
Right. Well, first of all, she sent, which was a sick little tree. And it was our artificial tree it was a pre-lit tree, and all the lights only worked for 1 year. We've talked about that. Everybody experiences that. So what you've got is you've got half the tree that works, and then you're adding like real lights that you go buy at the store, Greg, like you just said. You're adding that to what was on the tree originally to try to make the tree work.
Yes.
And then every year, less and less lights work on the artificial tree that you bought.
I'm down to none of them.
And so now what you end up having is you have lights that don't work on the tree, and you're adding string of lights that you bought.
Absolutely.
Well, she sent me a picture of the tree, and it was a sick little thing. She had tried to open
Charlie
it up.
Brown.
She tried to open it up, and she had it plugged in, and there was only two little rows of the lights that worked. So she said, "That's it. I'm cutting these out of the tree."
Yeah.
So she just went ahead and she cut them out of the tree, and she said, "I'm getting some new ones." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." So they come in, and she starts to put them on the tree, and they're they're about as big as a marble. They're bigger lights.
So they're bigger.
Oh, a little different.
And she's so proud of
Do
them.
they look different, or do they look about the same?
Well, they're the same color. They're the white lights, but they're
they
bigger.
cost different.
They're yeah.
But you know, when you see the main light, it may look like the end of a charger.
Right.
But with this, you're saying it may look like a nickel.
Yes.
So can you actually see that size of
the
light?
When it's lit. Yeah,
Okay.
it's bigger, bright white. Yeah.
Do you like that?
Well, she is so proud of this thing. She said, "Look what they do," and she hit a little button. It's like they're flickering, and then they're coming off, and
it's like the wheel of meat.
Yeah,
wow.
Weird. Yeah, JC has the ability to just
I'll be writing on the envelope.
blurt things. JC has the ability to just blurt things out, and he's not thinking about should I really say this or not. He went, "Well, I'm not a fan of that."
Oh goodness!
And she looked at him. And she looked at me. She said, "What do you think?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, what do I say?"
You can't say you're
what
not
do
a
I
fan.
do? And I went,
I agree with JC. That sucks.
I was like, I think whatever you're doing looks fine. Of course, in my mind, I'm like, hate them.
Yeah. They're blinking.
Yeah. And so she's like, well, she sits down beside it and hits the little button, and here they go. And nobody likes them but her in the house.
Well,
but I'm trying to act like I'm neutral, and I don't really care because I don't.
Yeah.
I just want lights up. And
you're like, I'm good with it, but
fine.
now if you want my opinion on what I really think of it, but I'm not to the point where I want them down.
Right. This is her. She enjoys being a little elf in the house. She loves putting up the tree, and there's things you help with, right? You're doing the staircase, and there's things you get pulled in. I'm the attic guy. Go to the attic and get everything out. Just be my pack mule.
How can it be time for that again?
And so,
golly, I don't want to do.
I know. And so I'm just trying to get through it. And what she started putting some decorations on it last night, some different things, and the bright, big, nickel-sized lights that she has that changes and flickers and all this kind, chases each other and all that. They're not as prominent, but I'm trying to. I don't know how to tell her. Can we just keep them solid? I don't want to go into some type of epileptic shock, because I'm looking at these lights flicker like we're on the dance floor.
Just do it every now and then.
It sounds like
constant. You can turn them off.
Does it say Christmas lights on the box that she bought?
Yeah. They're definitely Christmas
my kids
lights.
the girls have got something similar hanging in the rooms, and they'll even change colors if you want them to.
My kids have stuff like that. The LED lights.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And then you have them running everywhere.
Yeah. You can go into a red room or a blue room.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I'm in a handle at the house.
Yeah,
you
are.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Appreciate Greg letting us play this today. He said he listens to Imagine Dragons on the way home every day. I didn't know you did that.
I
really?
wouldn't listen to that crap for nothing. I imagine that they're
what'd you say? Oh, you want us to let it play? Okay.
Imagine Dragons.
Thank y'all so much for tuning in. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we roll on back, I got a question for you two.
All right.
And that is, I got some audio, and I want you to see if you can guess what it is.
I love that. I love when we do that.
Okay. What, Greg? Oh, turn it up. Okay, hold on.
That's a terrible.
I like Imagine Dragons.
I don't.
As we roll on,
not a fan.
Not a fan.
I got audio, and it is 2 categories.
Okay.
Would y'all want somebody screaming and raising Cain, or do y'all want a heartfelt story?
Screaming.
Heartfelt.
Screaming.
All right, y'all couldn't
Heartfelt.
be. Hold on.
What, you want to squall?
There's enough screaming going on in this world, Greg. I need a heartfelt
story. We
story.
get a speech every morning.
Adler, could you be the tiebreaker?
Let's get a little negativity in here.
A little negativity. Do what? No, Greg, I cannot pot it back up.
I'd rather go heartfelt.
But
that's just
I'm
me.
imagining a world
Adler,
without
can you chime in,
Y'all,
Ad? Or are you busy?
Did you just say you're imagining a world without Imagine Dragons?
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
All right, let's see here.
What's your beef with them?
I mean, it's tough to call. Probably it's 4 in the morning. I'm going negative, man.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Negativity.
All right,
I'll do the heartfelt in the commercial break with Bubba.
All right.
Took the squalling.
Well, hey, what do y'all think this is right here? Take a listen.
Get out of my country!
Boo! Boo!
You ruined mine. I didn't play. Yours is gonna suck. You didn't tell them to stop mocking me, Elton. And that's why this stands here. They're mocking Shakespearean drama while they're watching English playing around. Losers, all of you. You don't know what
Losers.
Did she say they're mocking Shakespearean drama?
And y'all
What
didn't
in the
know.
world? What is wrong with her?
Well, can y'all guess
I
what
know
that is?
somebody's mocking Shakespearean something.
What about
gave me
you?
a
What do you
headache.
think?
I think that she's at a play and somebody's being disruptive, and she's offended by it.
They are at a play.
I couldn't understand half of what she was
Well,
saying.
I
I thought I heard racist in there. I thought I heard go back to your country. I thought I heard losers.
I heard that. Get out of my country.
I thought I heard losers. You bunch of losers. Shakespeare was brought in at some point, which makes me believe they were to play too. I don't know.
All right, here it is.
I wish we'd went heartfelt. I know that.
This is an epic rant that started making rounds on social media, and it delayed the start of a play by 30 minutes last Friday in Minneapolis. She stood up, this lady, in the aisle and seemed to yell at every random thought that was in her head. Okay, so picture, all right, they're at an event, and she just stands up and starts to scream. And she said, everyone should get out of my country. They're all mocking Shakespeare while watching an English play in the round. She also screamed Macbeth several times. She wouldn't leave, and security didn't want to touch her because she was going crazy. So everyone had to just sit there and wait until the cops showed up about 30 minutes later.
I think she's a Shakespeare fan.
Yes. So they were the Macbeth thing is because they're saying that in a theater is supposed to bring bad luck. I guess I don't know. She started screaming and ranting, delaying the start of a play. Random thoughts about Shakespeare.
I heard her
and
scream,
Macbeth.
"To be or not to be?" Is the question.
I think my favorite is right in the middle. In the middle, which is they're mocking Shakespeare.
I know it. And then she goes, "I'm mad."
All right. So, do you want the heartfelt one now? Helmsy?
That one's pretty good. Go with the heart. We got to guess what it's about too.
Yeah.
He sends me a picture back and says, "You're not my grandma, but can I still have a plate?"
I never met her or introduced myself before or ever even seen her before, and she welcomed me into her house, so that shows me how great of a person she is.
Now, we all hate the music underneath it, but that's the way it was. Can y'all guess what the
what is
the
this, a
two are
dating
talking
site
about?
commercial?
That's exactly what it sounded like. It did. Somebody's they helped some old lady, even though it wasn't their grandma.
And then they got married and lived happily ever after.
It's been.
And then somebody started screaming, "Romeo, Romeo!"
We're far out though.
Grandmother and a man, a stranger. She accidentally texted a Thanksgiving invite to reunited for the sixth time.
Didn't that happen one time before?
It's been 6 years since a grandmother.
I missed that part. We did that story when it originally came out, didn't we?
It's been 6 years since a grandmother accidentally texted a man about a Thanksgiving dinner, and he showed up. Now, for the sixth time, they're getting together, even though at the time they were complete strangers.
I love that.
We covered that originally.
Yes,
remember?
Yeah, and
I don't remember it. I really don't.
I got
at
sparks
least I'm not
here.
lying about it.
It's Wanda Dench and Jamal Hinton, and they have a fun tradition where they're keeping alive for years. They get back together and have Thanksgiving together off a random text. We've all sent a text to somebody that we shouldn't. Now this one here, I don't know.
Shown up.
She just sent it to I guess the wrong phone number, obviously. And he's like, "I'm sorry, I don't know who you are." And it was an invite to Thanksgiving. But he showed up.
Would y'all ever do that? Would you ever go somewhere like that?
Not to a complete stranger's house. No, sure wouldn't. I go, sorry, wrong number. I don't eat Thanksgiving with people I don't know.
Now they've become good friends 6 years later.
6 years. So every year's their thing.
They're my friends.
Heard they were dating.
Greg, it's not romantic. They're just friends. Huh?
Older women.
Just a side note. While we were doing that whole segment, did I see the elevator open up and Bubba really struggling with something in his hand?
He almost fell.
Is he okay?
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Helmsy, I understand you're a little elf. You got pulled in to help Santa Bubba on some of the gifts in the 12 working days of Christmas. Thanks, Greg, because now I'm thinking I'm going to mess that up. Appreciate that in my mind there. What we got, man? We got some pretty cool gifts, it looks like.
I don't like the way I spaced them out. Now that I'm over here looking, I'll have to go adjust
Oh,
that. The Christmas pig's excited, though. If you've noticed, he's sitting on top of the Simply Safe.
I like that. I like that.
So we got a Simply Safe security system. We got a light to help you vloggers out there.
Oh, yeah. It's
little
one of those
lighting
little
kit.
rainbow kit lights, yeah.
And then one of those, is that a Bose speaker?
It does
bar?
look like a the big long surround sound speakers, the big long one. It's a Bose TV speaker.
You got your Amazon Echo.
Yeah.
You got your Oculus Quest.
We have an Oculus at the house. The kids love that virtual reality stuff.
That looks like a Quest too.
They'll get up there playing stuff, and I hear like furniture being moved around. I'm like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Well, we got to have room."
Don't know what that last is. That a drone?
Yeah, it looks like a drone. Yep, it is a drone. A Mini 2.
Santa Bubba has been at it.
Yeah, he sure has. That's a few of the 12 working days of Christmas. I have to think about it, Greg. And we have some other surprises.
So did we
as well.
decide, because I know we had talked before, that would be 6 working days there.
And then we got a 7th over here.
Okay.
And so.
All right. So are we doing the full 12 days this year? Or because there was talk yesterday we may do 6.5.
Yeah, we might do 7 plus what's in our office. What do you think about that? I was thinking, because we're low budget here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, because like with all these liners over here,
You talking about during the kickoff hour?
all these celebrity
We're
liners.
definitely low.
Yeah, you
buddy.
see all these celebrity liners over here. We couldn't get the guest on that we have over here, so we just redid the liners to say Sports Czars. You remember
Yes,
that?
I do.
Remember that.
I do remember
You
that.
did a great job with
and during this,
I couldn't tell the
during
difference.
this hour, we don't ever get to give anything away.
Especially with Misty May.
Yeah. So we could do our own version of low budget 12 working days of Christmas and just give away things in our office.
Yeah, I think we ought to. Each one of us should grab one item for each day. I think that'd be big. I could come up with a few things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we're also, Greg, some folks here have suggested a contest because we know that you hate putting up your big tree, getting it out of the attic and putting it up. What about if we call it Greg's Elf? The winner gets to come to your house and help you put up the tree for a day.
Nice.
Well, that'd be a huge bip to you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, never mind.
No?
I'd rather put the tree up.
You don't want anybody that's even close to you doing that, much less a stranger.
Yeah.
I think I know, too. I don't think Greg wants anybody to see what he goes through and the way he talks to himself. Because, I mean,
I saw it. It's got to be a real tall tree because in that room it needs to be. And this tree's really tall. And I looking for a replacement because, I mean, like I say, none of the lights work. I've had it 14 years, something like that. Well, I saw one in Lowe's, right heights, but Lisa don't want, and I'm kind of this way. They got pine cones on it.
Oh.
And she don't want the pine cones. So, of course, I'd get over it.
And how tall is it?
12, maybe. I'm not sure. Pretty tall.
Hmm.
But anyway, but in that room, it looks good if you have that height of a tree. And I keep trying to find a replacement, but the ones that are the same height, always having pine cones on them. Old fake pine cones.
Yeah. Is there a bunch of them on it? Could you cut them
Not
off?
that bad, but
Yeah.
I don't
know.
Ain't gonna hurt. What's wrong with a few pine cones?
I was going to say, I like the look.
Yeah. Anyway,
So you back with the tree that none of the lights
I looked
work.
hard at that one yesterday in Lowe's.
It is funny that people will tell you, hey, man, get
They
that.
like it.
Hey, they like that one because that looks realistic. It's got pine cones on it. However, I've never bought a real tree that has pine cones.
That's my point. I really don't know
that's
why
how they'll get
That's
you.
a
Yeah.
great point.
Yeah.
The real trees don't have pine cones.
Not one.
No.
Unless you cut your own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You ever done that?
Well, Terry's dad did one time. Pulled over and cut a tree.
Just saw it and said, I'll take that.
I'll take that one, and that's it right there.
All right.
That's the one
Like
I
the
want.
Griswolds.
Yeah, I do say some of my fun memories as a child was going to get the Christmas tree.
Oh, yeah.
And going to get a real Christmas tree.
And then my other memory is my parents arguing because they couldn't get it to be straight.
Yeah.
They get mad every year.
Have you watered it?
We've laughed about it, but that ain't straight. Yeah, it is. No, it ain't.
I think there's pluses too. I mean, now a lot of people like with us, we've kind of landed on, and it's true. Like 2 of the 3 boys, they're allergic to trees or whatever. It gets them all sneezing and stuff like that. Of course, they practice and play sports where they're rolling around in the grass, so I don't really know.
Yeah,
the
but not in
difference.
trees.
But
something about a pine.
I know.
Something about a spruce.
So we just went artificial. But I do
That's me
remember
now.
going
I don't
and
have-
walking through and picking out a real tree and getting it home. That was fun.
We had a
I
place.
haven't had a real tree in
We usually get one of
30-something
each.
years.
Take a sip.
We usually get one of each.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. The real one kills me, but I just have to go for 2 months. That's the way I'm gonna be.
Right.
But as a kid, we used to do the same thing. There was a Christmas tree farm in Hoax Bluff, right on the edge of
Yeah, I
Glencoe
know
and Hoax
exactly what you're
Bluff.
talking about.
And they would give you had your choice of an Auburn or Alabama saw.
Oh, okay.
And then you would go out and cut your own tree, and of course they would help you if you needed help. But it was a hands-on kind of thing. It was all of us would take part in cutting it, and it was fun.
Now, when I was a kid, we didn't have access to a tree farm, but you would go to that place in town where they're set up, where they're already cut.
And that's what we do now.
Yeah.
Unless we get it delivered. We did that one year. That was the best, and we hadn't done it again. I don't know why. And I'd like us to take that approach.
Right.
So now that I got a truck, I'm sure I'm gonna have to. Hey, honey, go get us a tree.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Just embrace it.
Yeah.
Kind of like Greg did the garage sale this past weekend. Just embrace it because you're out there anyway.
Yeah.
So Terry, my family, or my parents, I should say, in Huntsville has this big maple tree in their front yard. It's huge. Okay. Pretty, just beautiful, limbs, whatever. Big old, just big maple tree. Big maple tree. And when she came up, she said, I want some of those branches off the maple tree. And I said, you want some branches? She says, yeah, I want to decorate some different things. And she said, so when you come home, will you bring some branches? And I'm like, well, I guess so. And it's so big, you're not going to miss a couple of branches. Please understand that. I mean, there's no way you'll miss them because it's so big. So she texted me the day that she knew I was leaving Sunday to come back, and she said, don't forget my branches. And I was like, okay. Well, so I get to cutting on the maple tree and cutting branches off, all this kind of stuff. I'm like, well, how am I going to get them home? In the back of the truck, they're going to fly away. Don't really want to put branches all up in the truck on the way home. So I got garbage bags and filled them up and tied them off and then secured them in the back of the truck. And so now we've got maple tree branches all over the back porch. And where she's going to start cutting them up and whatever. And I'm like, what are you doing with these? Whatever. I got a plan. Don't worry about it. So I'm wondering where the maple tree
Will you be
branches
involved?
going. I don't know.
Will you be the maple tree branch guy? You had to transport them.
Yeah, and some of them were a little bigger than she probably wanted. But I thought I'm gonna give her more than she might need, and then she can cut them up and decide what she wants to do with
You
them.
can drag them up that big hill.
Yeah,
Your house
yeah. Let's do that.
Do you remember? And this has been
Throw them over the other side.
Yeah.
This has been 7 or 8 years ago because we were living in Pelham, and I bought a tree from either JC or Tyler. They were doing some kind of They were doing some kind of drive for sports probably or whatever.
Either mattresses or trees.
And I didn't really know what I was buying.
A Christmas tree?
Yes, it was a Christmas tree.
It was the boys.
And I don't remember which one it was, and it might have been Reese, but I'm pretty sure it was JC or Tyler.
The baseball team used to have a Christmas tree deal,
and so
you could get a tree.
I didn't really know what I was doing. You just go online and do this or whatever. So I did, and I bought the biggest one they had because it was about supporting them.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
But listen, here's the handle I got in. And I don't even know that I ever told you this. At the time, I was driving this little small SUV. It was a Honda Santa Fe.
Oh, no.
And I pull up in Helena to get this tree, and it does look like a scene out of the Griswolds. When I pull up, they strap it on the very top, and the front of it goes all the way nearly to the headlights on the car.
And you're thinking, no way.
And it gets better. I get home, and I actually have to cut the bottom of it to make it fit in the house.
Are you serious?
Yes. I don't know that I ever even told you that because it was a big handle for us. And Amanda was she couldn't believe how big it was. And it was a beautiful tree, and it worked out great. But getting it to and from, and then having to cut it with a chainsaw when I got home, it was a true Griswold moment.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's good stuff right there. I don't care who you are.
But
hey, we care about supporting sports teams.
Yeah.
That's why we did it.
We're talking about Christmas and Christmas trees and lights and all this kind of stuff. What about this?
Gobble, gobble, gobble,
There's no
gobble.
way it's Christmas yet. It can't be.
I know. Are we going to allow this to happen again this year?
Yeah.
Because people are already emailing. Are y'all going to play?
Evidently, my opinion doesn't matter because I've been claiming let's get rid of it for years.
There's certain things that they annoy me. but they're traditions, and it does make me think of the holidays.
I won the battle with Dean and Company. I won that battle.
Right.
And I'm very disappointed.
But this
Charles,
one I can't.
Charles is
I
upset.
can't seem to.
I used to look forward to that every
Well,
year.
you would run, Helmsy.
I
You don't
would.
even know what they were like because you never met them.
Remember, we'd be in their promo for the next year. We'd film it here. We'd be in it doing something.
I've only locked the door of my office twice since I've been here. That was one time.
Right. Yeah. I remember that awkward moment. They're like, okay, they're here, and you'd run to the
office. It was a
Christmas
tradition is what it was.
Yeah, I know. It just made you feel like the holidays, didn't it, Greg?
It did. It made me.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. 15 minutes till top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by Babbel.com/Bubba, the #1 selling language learning app. The whole process will be addictively fun, fast, and easy. They teach bite-sized language lessons for real-world use, and what we like about the lessons is they're 15-minute lessons that make it a perfect way to learn a new language. A lot of you might be thinking, it's going to be too hard to learn a language. Well, Babbel.com/Bubba makes it fun and easy. It's a great way to help your kids, too. If they're trying to learn languages in school with their class, it'll help them get a jump start on their peers as well. So think about that when you're thinking about learning a new language. Your kids, whatever the case, use Babbel.com/Bubba. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective, and you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, German. They have Babbel's speech recognition technology. It helps you improve your pronunciation and accents, which we all need here on the show. So check them out. It comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. There's nothing to lose, and right now, as fans of the show, and we thank you for that, 65% off your subscription when you use Babbel.com/Bubba. That's Babbel, Babbel.com/Bubba. Save 65% off your subscription, and you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors as well. Babbel is language for life, and let them help you learn a new language or improve the one you already know. As we roll on back, now 8 minutes until top of the hour, Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville.
Hey, Coach.
Hey, Coach.
Hey, have y'all seen this peanut butter cup pie?
Huh?
Reese's peanut butter cup pie?
No.
Here's the bad news. They only had 3,000 of them. They're already sold out.
Really?
9 inches long, 3.25 pounds of solid peanut butter and chocolate.
Ooh. Now, where do you get that? If I know they're sold out, but let's say they were going to sell some more tomorrow. Is this an online deal? Or?
I think it was. It said limited number of pies, $44.99 each. That's pretty expensive.
Oh.
Anyone who craved it for Thanksgiving, though, in just a few hours, all pies sold out. So it must have been
good night.
Off of wow.
What's got you on that?
I just in the picture of it. Look at it. I'll just have a look at it.
Great.
I like Reese
that
cup.
Is good.
That's a big one. Anyway.
Oh,
but hey,
goodness.
missed it. Dang it. I don't know if I'd drop $44 on it.
No, probably not.
Probably not. I don't know.
It'd probably be worth it.
I might get hyped up about it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the fact that you even brought it up tells me you're hyped about it.
I mean, look at that picture right there. How they got that piece cut. That don't look good right there.
We'll get you a Reese cup in the break.
Also, just a side note, Pee Wee Herman is going to host his own radio show.
As Pee Wee Herman or as the actor?
It says the program will air on KCRW.
Listen to all that crap.
And it says Pee Wee Herman has landed his own radio show.
Now, here's a shocker. He gets on my nerves.
So Paul Rubin.
Does that shock you?
No, not at all. So that's the story for Bubba. The story of the day.
I can't take much of him.
Yeah.
Bubba, we get talking about Big Top Pee Wee and all that again.
Here we go.
Every time Pee Wee comes up, he gets tore up about Big Top Pee Wee.
I do hope Bubba gets on something today because, and I hope it's not this. I hope it is the SpaceX launched this bunch of satellites up yesterday, I think it was. But the launch looked like something that was out of a movie. It was very strange the way there was nothing but you couldn't see the main platform. All you saw was this big fog that covered everything, and then all of a sudden, here goes the rocket, and the fog, the smoke from the rocket is starting to roll up under from the fog. It's just a strange little. It looks like something you'd create in a movie. It really did.
Huh.
That's interesting.
Now that's what I hope. If Bubba has to choose between two stories, I hope that he goes that way today versus Paul Rubens.
All right.
Or the peanut butter pie.
Yeah. What's this awkward moment you had with Braden in tennis?
Well, Saturday morning we had a group of men playing, and we had one guy had to drop out, had to do something with his wife, and so I thought I'd looked at Amanda. We're sipping on coffee, a little thing we do on Saturday mornings, and I said, "Should I go get Braden and see if he wants to play with the men this morning?" I know he's up late last night, but maybe he'll want to play. And so we weren't playing until 9, and it was about 10 after 8 at this point. So I went in there and I said, "Hey, buddy, we need one for tennis. You want to play?" Huh? What?
He thinks he's dreaming at this point, probably.
And I said, "We need one for tennis. Do you want to play?" Me and some guys. I don't think you've ever played with these guys before, but it'd be fun. Good competition. Be a good morning. Yeah, give me a few minutes. So he got ready, and We left.
You were surprised.
I really was. It kind of caught me off guard because I thought I was going to have – because I text them and they were asking, do y'all have anybody that can play, whatever. And I said, I got a couple of guys I can reach out to. But I said maybe we can use Braden as a kind of a last resort kind of thing.
Right.
If we can't get our normal group, I'll see if I can pull Braden into it. So we couldn't get our normal group, and so Braden got the call, and we were on the way, and it was one of those deals. And this I have to be sensitive of this because nobody can take these kind of conversations anymore. But the guys that were playing with us, one guy is Asian, okay?
All right.
And there is some bit of broken English there at times, and so I was giving Braden a heads up. Hey, you're going to have to really focus on what he's telling you. Be respectful, and you're going to have to actually listen to what you can't do like you do with me and kind of halfway do it. You're going to have to listen
you speak English good.
To understand what he's saying sometimes. And plus, we're playing indoors. It's real loud in there.
Okay.
That was another reason I was saying it. And I said the other guy
indoors helps.
I said the other guy. I just want to give you a heads up. He can only see out of one eye.
Okay.
Wow, you got you a bunch.
And I said, so you're going to see him do some movements. I said, he's a phenomenal tennis player.
Please tell me you call him one eye.
No, but a funny moment happened, and I shared this with Greg yesterday. It's funny. So
I'll take one eye.
I told Braden, I said, listen, I said, he's an awesome tennis player, but the way he's going to turn his head, it's almost like he's on a swivel.
Right.
In order to get in position to see the ball, I said, don't let that throw you off when you're playing. Mm-hmm. And I said, just do your thing. I said, you're better than all of us. Just have fun.
He's real good, I bet.
Which one?
One eye.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so,
one-eyed Pete.
And so we played, had a good time. But it was funny during the match, you bringing up the one eye. His partner, they had one of these miscommunication problems, and one of them tried to hit the ball and whatever, and the ball was one of those where he couldn't tell if it was going out, and it probably was going out, but he hit it anyway. And he was like, "Why'd you hit that? It was going out." And he goes, "It wasn't going out." And he said, "I just missed a shot." And he was like, "No, it was going out." And he goes, "Well, I think if you had one eye like me, you'd see it different." and I had never heard him.
So I like somebody that does that.
I did. And Braden just kind of looked at me and grinned, and it was funny. It was
How about
a good moment.
Most people with one eye would feel sorry for themselves? He's out playing tennis.
Absolutely.
Man. Good
and
job.
Hey, getting after it too, and really good.
Love it.
Really good. Big heart too.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
So Braden, it was in your adult world.
He was, and this has happened a couple times now.
Yeah.
And there's times, Greg, where I've done that before.
Yeah.
I'll be straight up. I've took advantage of it.
It's called strategy.
Yep. Inside out forehand when he's on the ad side is very it's hard for him to get over there.
Shame on you, but it's a competitive edge, right?
Yeah. We got in the car. I said, "Hey, did you get anything out of that?" That's my question always. Do you get anything out of that? Did you get anything out of that? And he goes, "Yeah, that was fun." And then later on in the day, he said, "Hey, can we play those guys again? That was fun."
Oh,
so
good.
he hasn't always said that when he's been out there, but he had a good time.
What if when you played him, you had to wear a patch on your eye?
Ooh, to make it even. I like that.
I got clinic with him today. Maybe I will.
I'd ask him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
6 minutes past the hour. We start this with our national anthem. Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here for another Rick and Bubba Show as we are ready to go. And we're navigating you. I mean, here they are. You look straight ahead. Here come the holidays. Thanksgiving, Christmas, the New Year. We are rolling into that time of year. The Rick and Bubba Show will wrap up 27 years and have our 28th birthday. And when we get back in January, after the big year-ender and vacation, and we'll come back in an unnamed studio. We'll have a brand-new studio coming up in 2022. So the old Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, she's winding down her time. She has served us well. You've been a good ship. Across the way, there he is. The other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Look at there, Bubba. How you doing?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends and neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome on in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
My daddy was a preacher.
Need to breathe.
There it is.
That's a good one right there. That's a good one.
There it is.
That's one of those kind that you go, all right, I've listened to it too much, so I'm going to put it on the shelf. And then I went back to it at a perfect time when you said, oh, yeah, I remember how much I like this. You ever put something on the shelf? So I'm coming in too hot on it. I gotta let it breathe. Boy, Santa Bubba's coming to town. Santa Bubba is coming to town.
Busy.
Christmas
been busy.
spirit.
Bubba, I know that you and I mean, look, we all been through it. Pandemic, economy, just all kinds of things going on. You know, and I know the Biden administration's the answer and all that. Thank goodness the infrastructure bill went through. But I will say this. We've been wondering, you know, can we, like a lot of companies, pull off 12 working days of Christmas this year? Because, you know, I mean, you look in Santa's bag, and Santa's bag is not as full as it normally is. Santa's had to make cuts. Not as many elves this year.
The last 2 years have been tough on a lot of folks.
Got a lot of elves refuse to take the vaccine.
We're going to do what we can do and redline this thing and see if we can get it home.
Yeah. Well, I'm fine. You know, you know this. This is your area. You know, we get all the gifts we gift, and just as long as we can still make payroll.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Just
that's in theory.
Right.
We're
right.
there.
Right. So I think,
right now we have the 6 working days of Christmas.
I was about to say, can we get to 12?
We're going to try to add a few more. I know we got a few more out there. So
yeah, well, I think we've got some where people are helping, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we're more than 6 because you got correct. 6
yeah.
for sure.
It's
right?
somewhere between 6 and 10 right now.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe the 10 working days of Christmas. Who knows?
I will tell you this. I know that we're not going to do this because I think it would be nightmarish, but you wouldn't believe the number of people when I go out are really wishing we would have a yard sale.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, you know what? I can't really see what that would be like. I think
the undertaking, really.
I mean, they're saying just take stuff that we're not going and just line it up out here and just let Greg get out there. Of course, he's now the yard sale.
He can do it. He can do it.
Yeah, and just take take stuff that we don't want to move and just let them come and get it. Yeah.
Well, we may do that yet. That ain't completely out of the picture.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. We buy too many gifts, we'll definitely do it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can pick up, you know, $1,000 here and there, throwing some stuff out there.
Yeah.
So anyway, but you know, the move's real. In case y'all wonder,
it is, sure is,
so real.
The move is real.
Here's when I knew it was real. So Sunday, you know how you have the moment you go, oh, it's real. So Sunday after church, for some reason, what were we doing over there? We were going somewhere. Sherry wanted to go eat lunch somewhere that was over to where the new studio is going to be. And I said, well, you realize that's right there is where we're going to be. And she says, really? She says, do you have a key? And at first I said, no. And I went, wait a minute. Yes, I do. I have a key. And she says, well, I'd like for you to take me in there and kind of show me the space. I said, you talking about today? She goes, nah, not today.
What am I thinking?
But my first reaction was, no, I don't have a key to that place.
Yeah.
And then I was like, no, I actually do.
You do have one,
right.
yeah.
Right.
It was real for us, what was it, about a week and a half ago?
Oh, that was real. Oh,
when
so
we went
real.
over and did the walkthrough, and it was actually the Friday before I left.
It was.
And when I pulled up, I went, so this is going to be our everyday.
Yeah. Can I tell you what
no more parking deck for us.
Yeah, how about this? Let me tell you what I love about what we do for a living. This is what I love. And I saw y'all got it when he was sent out to all of us yesterday. I'm walking by Adler's space. He said, "Hey, come here. I think I got it." I walk in. You know what he wanted to tell me? He thinks he's found where the coyote needs to go.
I figured it out.
I look, and he's pulled a picture of a coyote, and he's got it stuck where he thinks
that's
it should
my
go.
favorite.
And I said, is it too much to ask for a coyote camera? And he starts looking at the camera and going, no, I think I got it.
I think we can pull it off.
I think this camera right here can shoot the coyote when we need it.
Well, we may have some more animals in there.
Oh, but I'll tell you. But who has that conversation?
I love that he's got him a couch in the TV room.
Right.
Oh, yeah. He said that's going to definitely happen, he said.
There it is. Look, there's where the coyote's going.
Right there.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour. Senator Tommy Tuberville from Alabama will be on with us a little later on in the program today.
Coach Senator.
Well, the infrastructure bill, that one is through. We did kind of figure that was going to happen. It's the second one that's probably a little more controversial because Manchin is not as big a fan of the second one. He was okay with this one because he said he can actually see how this money is going to be spent. But the next one, he says, is just going to make the inflation situation worse. I'm not sure how we don't think this one will, but it's
if what we've done has made this, and we dump another billion or another trillion on top. What is it? Trillion? Yes.
Yeah.
Trillion on this.
Yeah. So.
Gosh, the numbers get so crazy, and then we've got another 4 or 5 ones sitting out there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's,
we're just. We're swimming in chocolate pudding,
Well, if you want to watch the leader of the free world, this is going to be, I'm sorry for you, Speedy, this is going to be secondhand embarrassment. You're going to see the president. Now, keep in mind, he's outside, and I do think that we can, I know everybody wants to take the high road on that they know science better than whoever the other person who just said it knows science, and my science versus your science, and you don't know science. I think no matter where we all are in our degree of science that we can put and impress you with, it seems that if you gather in big groups outside, COVID really isn't a problem.
Okay, and let me back that up, Rick.
Right.
Without proof of a scientific claim that you can reproduce, it can't be called science. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So can you give me that?
I can.
We all agree on that?
I can.
We know the scientific method. We've talked about it. We were told by Dr. Fauci and his media minions that college football season and seeing people packed into stadiums to the tune of 100,000 people could be a feeding frenzy, I believe is the term they use for COVID-19. We did that. Nothing happened. The numbers went down. The numbers have not gone back up where these people are in stadiums outside. And look, if you've been to a football game, you're up under somebody's armpit.
Yeah, baby.
Okay? So we can't say that COVID is spreading outside, even in close contact, without mask on because it's not.
No.
That was the biggest real-world experiment we've had yet.
Well, and also it appears that this big...
Right, am I missing something?
No.
If I'm wrong, I want to be corrected on that.
It also seems that the big gathering thing in general, if your time with people isn't all that close for any long period of time, really it seems like, and it's been the experience in my family whenever I met, that the most people I know, the overwhelming number of people I know that have caught COVID, they caught it with somebody they didn't know had it, and the person didn't know they had it, and they spent time with them like friends or family.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously passes from one person to another, but it just didn't seem like it was passing outside at football stadiums.
It doesn't.
It may pass at garden parties, but it wasn't passing at football stadiums.
So watch Biden, and the word awkwardly is being used here, sign the infrastructure bill because he's fully vaccinated. Don't miss that.
Right.
He's outside.
Mm-hmm.
He's really not near anyone. And then he's going to say, "Oh, forgot my mask." Then he's going to go back and can't find it. And then he's just going to turn around and sign it anyway. All right. So please watch this. Okay. Here we go.
Even America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Now let me sign this bipartisan bill.
Look. Greg.
My president's taking it out of your way, sir. Good man. There you go. Yes, sir.
Watch.
Oh, my mask.
Look. Yeah. Greg. Bubba.
He's doing that hurry up.
Look, now I can't find it.
Oh, my goodness.
Schumer doesn't know what to do.
Well, look, none of them have one on.
Look.
Yeah, none of them have one on.
Look.
Not a one of them.
Look, the guys.
Oh, my God.
Nobody has one on, so what's the point?
Schumer's in the way. Now he goes back and just signs it anyway.
How about that desk?
Look, and now, as you said, Bubba, now
There's not one mask around.
We got a mob,
which is
together.
fine.
And you know what I would say if all of them said we're outside, we've all been vaccinated.
That's funny.
God forbid you mentioned they have natural antibodies, but anyway, so what they just did, I don't think puts anybody at danger. But then when other people do it other than them, they say you're putting people in danger.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's do what I say, don't do what I do. Look, I think they're fine. I'm not worried about any of them coming down with it.
But what about?
I think y'all are okay.
I didn't
know.
know.
Quit telling us to do it. Too.
Right. I didn't know that he would sit down, say, "Oh my mask," and get up and do, as you said, the old man from the Carol Burnett show that Tim Conway did, and shuffle his way back over to the podium. Couldn't find it, then shuffle his way back.
This is Wiggins.
And then you get Chuck Schumer in his way. You don't know how to get around him.
You know, and you listen to Jen Psaki yesterday when she's asked about the approval ratings being so low. And she actually says, well, you know, we're trying to get this pandemic under control.
Yeah, everything's back to that.
It seems to me it's under control based off that.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about, Jim?
Well, the stuff Bubba talked about football games, it's still there. It's still out there, and you can certainly still get it. But we're not. And haven't there been some even scientists that said it's time to drop it down to epidemic, not pandemic?
Look,
it's
I
really
don't
not
know.
a worldwide pandemic.
Look, I don't know what's going to happen. We may all go inside over the holidays and it come back raging in January, February. Who knows? Who knows? I've seen them say that the Delta one was burned so hot, so quick that it has burned it out. I don't know. So you got predictions all over the board from it's gone to we're not done with it to you're going to have to deal with it like the flu every year. Really, nobody really knows. Nobody's batting 1,000 on this.
Well, I have not to the point that I want to be dangerous or anything like that, but I just can't really discuss it anymore.
Yeah.
And so I've gotten to the point now where like you, Bub, I've heard people say, so now where it's gotten winter quicker or it's getting colder quicker, now that they move back into more, not large groups, but smaller groups inside your homes and all this kind of stuff, that the positive cases are ticking back up a little bit up north, but we're really not seeing hospitalizations and deaths tick up.
Remember, it went like a wave. I mentioned that if you looked at the hot spots, it started on the coast this summer.
Yeah.
And people say, well, it's because everybody's at the beach. And then it has just moved like you're pulling a curtain up the country. So I don't know. I hope there's smarter people than me that are trying to make heads or tails of this
and it could
understand
change.
Why it's doing that.
But this hasn't been the case in the South where we are, because I check on it, every few weeks. Yeah. And I know that when we were really struggling, I think we were at 6,000 new cases a week. Now we're at 200 and something.
Yeah. We're practically without it right now.
And hospitalizations and deaths, have gone way down. Not that there's not individual cases. Right. We're not saying that. We have to talk about this in a macro way because we're talking about a nation and a world, not what may be happening in your individual family's life, which is not hey, if it's happening to you. You don't care what the percentage is.
Yeah. It's 100% if it's you.
Yeah. And we understand that completely.
Got it.
But to discuss this, you have to discuss it in more of a macro because it affects a lot of things. Yeah. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. MyPillow.com/Bubba is a brand new URL. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there, and it takes you right to where you need to be. You see all the savings there. $40 off the premium MyPillow. $40 off. So if you've been putting off getting a MyPillow, now's the time to make the move. Bathrobes, sleepwear, and quilts have been added to the line, made of 100% U.S. upland cotton. And the reaction to these, as you can imagine, has been outstanding. Again, MyPillow.com/Bubba saves you 30% on those items. All this is available now. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba, and you can also get the Giza Dream Sheets right now, and flannel sheets, too, at 50% off. Also, that's at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Time to shop. Go do it right now, MyPillow.com/Bubba, or just grab that link we have at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, the closing arguments have been made in the Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial.
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of school because I have not seen a whole lot of coverage on this. I saw bits and pieces, and I saw some yesterday a little bit. It's a very strange case that you have a young man who killed 2 people, shot at another one. He is claiming self-defense. Mm-hmm. They have somehow turned this into a racial issue, although the 2 people he shot were white. He's white.
Well, the president didn't help that, Bubba.
Yeah.
That's President Biden's fault.
President Biden called him a white supremacist. The judge had to tell the jury yesterday to pay no attention to what the president said.
Now, say that again. Jurists had to be told.
Pay no attention to what the president said in your deliberations.
We're sorry that our sitting president, the leader of the free world, the president of the United States of America, while we're trying to have justice and walk through the process that the founding fathers celebrated, that people would have their day in court, we had our own president call a person a white supremacist and before his trial even begins.
If you're the president, I think you ought to pretty much just stay out of court cases till they're over. Then you can chime in and give your 2 cents. Yeah. But you're tainting the jury when you do that, one way or the other.
Yeah.
If I'm the president, shouldn't I know that more than a couple of rubes sitting around on the back porch like us talking about it? It's a little different. But several things in this I saw. One of the things I had heard was that it was illegal for him to own this gun because he was underage or something. I saw a legal analyst breaking this down yesterday, and he said that is not a Wisconsin law. That's just a total fabrication. The other one was the judge did throw out one of the charges when it was determined that the gun he used did not qualify lengthwise for the charge that it was on. And the lawyer I heard explain it. He said the law had been made to stop gangs from sawing off shotguns and other things so they could hide them under their coat and then bring them out and fire them. And his was kind of a stock AR-15, which was longer than that statute said. So the judge had no choice but to throw it out.
You talking about it didn't meet the requirement?
Yeah, it didn't meet the requirement. Yeah. So I don't even know how it got that far. It seems like someone would have brought the yardstick out a little earlier in this.
Well, the reason why it got that far, Bubba, is we're living in a fake world where people will come up with these cartoon narratives,
right?
And they just like suddenly he's a white supremacist, and we're like, is that true? And, and
they also showed several media reports where the host had said he testified that he murdered 2 people, where he really said he killed 2 people. Now, some people say, well, you're just playing words, but no, there's a big difference.
Yeah, there is.
And even in the interpretation of the 10 Commandments, you need to know the difference in those 2. One is a illegal act. One of them is just an act.
Right. It's just a fact.
That that doesn't meet the requirement of punishment by the state. So a lot of misinformation in this. I know a lot of people, and again, we're in this tribal world where if you're a Second Amendment person, you're all behind him. If you're Black Lives Matter or you're anti-guns, you're all against him. I don't really think it's that simple in this case. This may be a whole different thing.
Most things aren't, Bubba.
And a lot of people commenting on it are really just not up on the facts. But we'll see how all this plays out. It's it's a very interesting case, but it's complicated, and a lot of people just don't have all the facts on it.
So here's the prosecutor. Here's some closing arguments.
Yeah, strange thing happened in this yesterday. Watch this, see what you think in a minute.
Convince you that Joseph Rosenbaum was going to take that gun and use it on the defendant because they know you can't claim self-defense against an unarmed man like this. You lose the right to self-defense when you're the one who brought the gun, when you're the one creating the danger, when you're the one provoking other people.
So he's saying with this, which now I want y'all to understand this. Now, I know he tried to put provoking at the end, but there's a moment there where he's saying if anybody carries a gun, well, you're the problem because you have that gun to begin with. No, a lot of us have a legal right to carry it. That doesn't make us the problem.
See, he's really referring to I know this last guy that he shot because Rittenhouse never pointed his gun at that guy until that guy pointed a pistol at him first, and then he responded to it. So the prosecutor's trying to make the argument that Rittenhouse created this situation by having a gun, right, and thus he can't claim self-defense, which again, this is deep in the technicality of how the law might be written in Wisconsin. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, we also just can't quite seem to get to the point of the foundation of the chaos that was that he was approaching. Where did all that come from? But anyway, now here's the discussion about President Biden on CNN. You hear the reference back to that, referring to Kyle Rittenhouse as a member of the Illinois white supremacist militia. Here we go.
Well, look. I don't know enough to know whether that 17-year-old kid exactly what he did, but allegedly he's part of a militia coming out of the state of Illinois. Have you ever heard this president say one negative thing about white supremacists? Have you ever heard it? That's the reason I got back in this race, because what happened in Charlottesville. People coming out of the woods carrying torches, their veins bulging.
This is what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a fairly old clip, I guess. Back when Trump was in, what I was referring to. Yeah. And Rick, one of the crazier moments, and you're going to see the pictures of it today if you don't see anything else. The defense attorney, in an attempt to make the jury uneasy, takes the weapon, the AR-15, and points it at them.
I know.
Right after this Alec Baldwin thing.
Yeah.
Now, the gun was open, but he has his finger on the trigger and he's pointing at somebody, which is rule. If any gun owner, rule number one, you don't point it at anybody ever, okay?
So why?
I think he's trying to make a point
trying to be shocking.
Of how shocking this is and to play on the emotions of Rittenhouse having this weapon. But it's obvious. It's obvious this guy does not know guns. It's not used to it. Has no idea what he's doing. And I know it's open theoretically, but still, we just had several people shot, one killed with an empty gun on a movie set. Why are you pointing it around just tell the story, okay?
Right.
Point your finger. Don't put that weapon up. I mean, it's just crazy. I know, again, what he's trying to do. They're trying to be sensational. They're trying to move the jury to an emotional end, which tends to tell me that they don't have a lot of faith in their case, that they were prosecuting this, and it is a high-profile case. Why is the district attorney doing it? This is his assistant. He flipped it to him to do. So I don't know. There's just a lot of strange things going on with this.
So we'll come out. We'll take some of your phone calls, but here's where we are. The jury has it now. They start deliberating today. That we have the governor of Wisconsin said that that he's bringing 500 Wisconsin Army National Guard troops, and they're reporting for active duty to support local law enforcement agencies. So here we are again, and this is the world we now live in because of all the tribalism, and you got to pick a team, and if we don't like the way things go, even if we don't quite have the facts right, and I say this on all sides, we erupt and we burn and we threaten, and what we try to do is to scare you so much that you'll just give us our way.
Right.
And so we have to now prepare because we've become so uncivilized that we can't even take a court ruling and try to work and understand, like Bubba pointed out. This is a little more complicated than I got to pick a team. Okay, you really need to maybe take the time to understand law and understand what rights you have or you don't have. You need to understand
in Wisconsin. See, theirs is maybe a little different.
There's a lot to this, and of course, we're not going to take the time to reason that out.
Yeah,
we've picked our team, and probably by what president we supported, we've already picked our team.
Right,
and so, but that's really not the way these kind of things should be done. But that's the way it's done now, and that's why they had to bring in the National Guard, because they don't know what group is not going to like the ruling.
Yeah,
right.
So we'll see what the ruling is. But I can just hear, and we mentioned this last week, but at the end of this, there's one thing I can just hear off in the distance, and that's the people that were in authority in my life saying to me, if you want to know where trouble lives, then just go to Trouble Street.
Mm-hmm.
One way to stay out of trouble is to never visit Trouble Street.
Rick,
I say that to everybody involved.
Yeah, and I may have misspoke. Did I say defense lawyer? It was the prosecutor.
Yeah, it was the prosecutor.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
You may have said that, but I knew what you meant, so I didn't. Yeah. That was the prosecuting attorney. So we'll come back.
I misspoke.
866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll take your phone calls. All 10 lines are available, and we'll get your feedback. As now the jury has it in the Rittenhouse trial, and National Guard's rolling in, and we'll wait on that verdict, and hopefully it won't be another scar on America.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy.
Here we go.
please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Just talked about the Rittenhouse case now goes to the jury. Let's go to Richard out of Alabama. Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for your patience. You're on the show.
Yeah, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Yeah, we're good, man. I hope you're okay.
Good. Say first, I appreciate what y'all do for the kingdom. Thank y'all for that.
Well, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I haven't kept much up with the trial. I'm a criminal defense lawyer, used to be a prosecutor, and that gun, I haven't kept that much up with the trial, like I said, but y'all said he pointed the gun at the jury. I can only speak for Alabama. That might land you in contempt from a judge.
Oh, really?
Remotely doing that in front of a jury.
I thought you were going to say in Alabama that might get you shot.
Well, I'll tell you, as someone that's prosecuted those capital murder cases and defended them, a lot of times that will get you shot if you do that. That's for sure.
Well, watching
and on the prosecutor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. I was just saying this guy gets in trouble all the time.
Not prosecuting it. You know, you got to remember, and this isn't. I don't find the case in Alabama, but I think a lot of other states. I think a lot of DAs are elected, and they really haven't had a lot of experience actually trying cases. And if you see a prosecutor, the district attorney, usually 9.5 times out of 10, in my opinion, that it's a slam dunk for the state.
Yeah, so you're saying he sent the second team guy because it's not a slam dunk.
Yes,
he didn't want the L. Yeah, he didn't want the L.
Okay.
And I mean, this picture is widely published, and I've heard stories. Now I'm hearing some people now saying he didn't point it at the jury. Look, he's got the gun up on his shoulder in the courtroom like he's ready to fire it. Again, given the recent events, I don't think you should have that up like that in the courtroom.
Thomas in Montgomery. Thomas, go ahead. I-92.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Good. To briefly touch on his point about pointing the gun, I've kept up with most of the closing arguments yesterday. I think he pointed it back in the gallery, but at the same time, a part of their case was it's illegal to point a gun at somebody in Wisconsin. So then you're looking at legal ramifications for itself for pointing the gun at the gallery during the trial.
Yeah, if he was pointed at people, no matter where they are in there,
again, it just kind of goes to the whole confusion of this whole trial. We can't even the facts of that's all up in the air.
You know, well, Bubba, it's just like, hey, somebody grab a narrative
if we can't decide where he's pointing the gun in the lit courtroom, with the cameras on, how in the world are we going to know who pointed a gun at somebody on at night with a riot going on?
You know what we're living in now, and I know we called it a fake world, but now I'm going to add something to it. Mm-hmm. Somebody said. Hey, somebody said.
Yeah.
Russ, and you ever push anybody now? If you want to have fun out there and now let somebody say, hey, man, did you hear about so-and-so, so-and-so? And who said that? Well, I heard that. So where'd you hear it? Well, somebody said. When? At work? Okay. I might probably follow up on that.
Yeah.
You know, because believe it or not, Larry may not have that right. Let's go to John. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey, so unfortunately, Rick, Bubba, the world we live in, it is playing off emotions. And I think that's exactly what happened when the gun got pointed. When he took that thing from the ready and placed it on his shoulder, the jury, I'm sure, was just dumbfounded by it and just taken back. This whole case is just a whole mess. When you start when politics got involved with it, that's when our judicial system the best that we have in this world is just taken away. And now we've got politicians that are pushing their agenda.
Don't you wish that wouldn't it feel good to hear somebody that's either vying for elected office or had already been elected to an office that would say the following statement? Hey, you know, I understand you probably want to ask me about that case. It's not appropriate for me to comment on it in the position that I'm in.
Well, you used to hear that quite a bit.
Nice.
You don't hear it much anymore.
Can you imagine? But now what you get is that they got 4 or 5 index cards they've been handed by their team. Hey, when he brings up this case on you, here's what you need to say. Now, let's all agree what you're going to say, and let's use it. Now, they don't care that they may be endangering people's lives. They may be causing something to sway in a direction that really is not even justified. They don't. You know, it's like all they care about is what does this? How can this give me more power? And whoever we have to destroy for that or ruin their lives, we just do if it's a good soundbite for me.
You know, one of the other things, and this is just strange to me, and it may be a dumb point of view on this, but Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 rounds, shot 3 people, 2 of them died. Okay, is it strange they're kind of lumping all of them together in this?
It is.
I mean, because it seems like the circumstances of each one could be a little separate to me, right? Am I missing something?
Yeah. I thought that's kind of how we did that when people were dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what if in one situation somebody pointed a gun at him, so he shot, and another one he didn't? I mean, I don't know. Are all 3 of them just exactly alike? So I don't know.
No, it's a good point. You almost I guess within this trial, and again, I haven't been watching like I should.
Yeah.
But I guess within this trial, the jury could come back and say, on this person we find him guilty, on this person we find him not guilty, and on this person we find him not guilty. That like he could be charged with 1 count. But are they taking them individually as far as the jury when they're handed it? He's been charged with this. Do you think this is the case of all 3 of them?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. And they're calling
because you've
him,
heard those before when the jury will say that on the count of so and so guilty, on the count of this not guilty.
The white supremacist. I know that's just a label that they like to give people.
Yeah, well, it's shocking.
And are they calling him that because he was out on the streets and what all was going on at the time? Because those that he shot were not black.
Doesn't matter because once it's been labeled, then even white supremacists, if I want to keep that label on you, you're shooting these white people because they're supporting black people.
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm just trying to play that. I'm just trying to find some way to
you have to tie that together to follow that.
First of all, we don't know that he is a white supremacist. There's been
no. I just know that's the label that is in the headline.
Well, you know who labeled him that. That'd be our president.
Right.
That's who labeled him that. And he throws out on somebody said something about an Illinois white supremacist militia.
He sounded pretty vague in that soundbite.
Right. Yeah, he did. So somebody said.
I mean, more than normal.
Right.
Vague.
Yeah, you remember there's been this is the famous, if I can find a term, I'll drop it in wherever, it goes back to that we try to put people in these positions, and it's an old one, and it's not making light of domestic abuse, but there was a time when somebody says, so have you stopped beating your wife?
Yet.
And you're like, yeah. And you're like, what? How did you frame that question? What are you talking about?
Right.
And so it's kind of like, now, are you still a white supremacist? I never was one.
Right.
Yeah. So when people called you a white supremacist, are you still, is that not true? Or something like that. And they try to, so once it's out there, it doesn't really matter if it's true or not. It causes that moment of hesitation. Isn't this guy a white supremacist? Who said? Somebody. I heard President Biden when he was running for president or something.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Is the old Broadcast Plaza and Teleport gets its final. So the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, the final show will be the Big Year Ender, right? Because y'all going to do the best of shows from the new studio.
Correct. We will actually, I think, unless I'm missing something, we'll do one more best of from here. Yeah. That will be after Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. And then, unless we're doing something different this year, and then, Christmas time, we will be in the new digs.
Bubba, I want you to imagine our life, you and me, because we'll go on vacation on the 17th here, and all of a sudden we'll even forget what we do for a living on that 2-week vacation at the end of the year, which I desperately need this year.
Yep.
And so when we get to that 2 weeks, about halfway in the middle of it, I don't even know what I do for a living, and I don't think about it. It never crosses my mind. I almost go into a life that's not real because there's no way that I can financially support myself the way I'm living. You know what I mean? And so
true.
You're talking about, you're thinking, hey, this is great, but Rick, there's no way to live this way.
Right.
You wouldn't have any of this. But anyway, and plus I love what we do for a living. It's not like I have a job I hate or anything. But anyway, so then I want you to picture when we start texting that famous "Hey, it's real" text when it's time to go back after a long vacation. We'll start texting each other about where we're supposed to go. We won't even know.
Yeah.
You know, we won't even know. I mean, I tell myself I'd go do a few trial runs over there, but I probably won't. You know,
somebody's going to forget their access code with their card.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to come into play.
I think I've already lost mine. I
tell you.
But anyway, so we'll see how it goes. But I'm just saying that it's always weird to come back from the end of the year vacation. Yeah. This one's going to be the weirdest of all.
Yeah, it's going to be like you. I hope it doesn't mess with our psyche too much.
But you know what? If you think about it, it can't be any worse than that time that I had taken my family to Disney World on the Christmas break, and y'all started calling me while I was in line for Space Mountain, telling me that we didn't work for the company that I left. That when I went on vacation, we were working for.
I will tell you this: what we've been through on Christmas breaks and New Year's breaks, and come out of this, at least we know where we're going.
Bubba and I went into one Christmas vacation.
y'all remember that?
Not signing a contract, and at midnight on New Year's Eve, we had no job.
Right.
Remember that one?
Oh yeah.
And then there's me in the line at Space Mountain.
I was in Chicago.
Y'all
have a history of leaving town and leaving me.
Y'all know. Hey Rick, I know it's bad timing, buddy. I know it's bad time. What are you doing? I'm in line for Space Mountain. Hey, FYI, we're not going to be. Got a new place to work now. Okay, all right.
At least we know.
Any way you could. When are you coming back? Well, I guess I
keep asking me
questions.
I don't
know that we had the new place worked out as much as we knew it wasn't at the old place.
Right. Yeah. But at least this time we know where we're going.
Yeah.
Now the process of going is a nightmare, but at least we know where we're going.
We've left a lot of big year enders not knowing.
Y'all don't know.
Rick, I'll say this: in 28 years of the show, we've never rented a storage unit, and we have now.
We have. That's true.
There's the first.
Can I tell you this, Bubba? And this is the attitude that Speedy's talking about, and that's why they're going to start clinging to you and me just a little bit, and I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
I have this attitude. I'm not trying to say you do, but I'm going to bet you do. I say in my mind, I'll worry about that after end of the year vacation.
Right.
So what's happening is the reason why these things happen is if we can get to the big year ender, we're usually thinking whatever everybody needs us to be concerned about, we refuse to be concerned about until we get back.
Right.
You know it, and so I'm just saying, I'll worry about that when we get back.
Yeah.
The only thing worse than I'll worry about that Monday is I'll worry about that next year.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is 2 weeks and some change.
How about you're much more likely to do that.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, so how about this? I know this. Here's what I know, and I've dealt with this and all these things you have to deal with that are not fun and you don't like. We're in a position that I don't have any choice.
Yeah.
I have to be ready to be at the new place. So you either get ready or you're in a bigger bind, because when they tell you don't work here anymore, you can't have anything here.
Is this what you say in the bathroom, looking in the mirror?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was just me talking to Beard yesterday, and because Beard,
get it together.
Well, because Beard had his camera on.
At least,
and it was hard. It was hard to get his attention.
Look, at least it's not a.
Over here.
It's not a different company.
No,
it's just a different location.
That's right.
That's it. That's it, guys. That's it. Now we got a lot to get out, but that's it.
Adler said it best yesterday. I said, "Are you?" Because he's going to really have an upgrade as far as his setup. And I said, "Are you looking forward?" He goes, "I look forward to being there. I do not look forward to trying to get there."
Right. You know, when I moved,
and that's the big problem, really.
When I went through my last move, where I tried to put myself, as I said, Buddy, think of yourself sitting on the couch, just watching TV, and how it's going to feel when it's done. Get yourself there and understand the process to get there is going to be hard, but keep going. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I've really gotten good at picturing myself when it's over because time goes by so much faster now than it once did.
Yeah.
I'm not that little kid that it doesn't feel like it did when I was a kid that, like, hey, this will never end.
Right.
You know, I'm sitting here right now. I remember looking at the year, and I remember honestly for all the stuff that we had to get done this year, and it was a lot. Now this is the last project,
right?
And it was a tremendous amount. I remember looking at the date where I am right now, saying if I can just get there,
right?
And so I'm there, and then now it's time for this project.
Yeah,
but
I mean, you think just if you're listening live, the 16th of November right now, you fast forward 2 months, and we've already been in there a week and some change.
I know. Yeah.
Just let everybody let that sit for a second.
Right. It's you know, and I'm the kind of person that I can't take a break until I know what I was supposed to do is done. I am not one of these people that can leave things undone.
Right.
I know there's people that can do that.
No.
I don't know how you do it. I can't leave things undone. So as far as what I'm responsible for, by the 17th, it'll be done.
Oh yeah.
When that's
yes.
There's two concerns.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to be up front. There's two concerns that I have. One, I hear you keep saying that I'm gonna be that guy that packs up everything and I'm gonna leave it until it's moved. And I hear you loud and clear. And I think you're gonna pull that off. But that day's coming closer than we want it to.
It is.
My other second concern is Adler's office in the very back. I don't know where to start, how to start, if he's handling all that.
I don't even know what it is.
Well,
I don't even know what that is.
I think he's rented that from us for a storage unit.
I do. So I don't know.
Gives me anxiety to think about because I feel like we need to be.
I got room in my garage. Don't you guys worry one bit about that. It's all good.
Okay, good. See, because
He's got a big garage.
I think because he's in the house like he likes it now.
He is.
I think most of that back there will not make the move. So we'll never see it.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's nowhere for it. I know.
Well, and I'm not necessarily. I don't care where it goes. I'm just saying the clock is ticking on that stuff being in the storage area that we have. A little bit of merchandise and all. There's a lot of things in there. We got to get you two in that room and go keep, throw away, throw away, and probably need to do that sooner than later.
Box it up. Get ready.
Well, here's the thing that you find out about deadlines, and that's why I'm a huge fan of deadlines.
Yeah.
You know when people get things done when you give them a deadline.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't give them a deadline, they won't give it done.
No.
So we got a deadline.
Yeah, we do. We do.
We do.
Right. The old, hey, just whenever you think get that done, let me know.
Yeah.
Human beings don't operate in
since
that.
we're having a meeting on air. I'm confused on what are we individually responsible for moving and what are the movers
Thank
moving?
you so much, Speedy.
Are there movers moving or are we all moving in trucks?
No.
We're just loading up our trucks and trailers.
I would just simplify that. If you want something to go to your office and be set in it, pack it up and put it in your office.
And that's the same thought.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing personally. But I'm just saying.
What about the studio stuff? That everything that we're taking to the new studio, same concept. Put it in a box and label new studio and move on.
Right.
What is the marching orders on the stuff we want to keep and it's going to the storage unit? Are we just taking? Are we going to have a day where we have movers come here and take that, or are we just trucking that over?
The same movers, so all that's happening at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're going to load the stuff for the storage building first, and then they're going to load the stuff for the studio second. Go to the studio, unload that, and then go to the storage building and put that in.
Oh, okay. So that's information we didn't know.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
this is good.
If you want to carry
good stuff.
Oh, you can. No,
it's been very helpful.
Anything you want to carry home or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Unless it's Bubba's, you can't take it.
No, we're not going in that office.
Yeah. But see, I did that same thing on the move of 36 years, a house with mom and dad. It's gold.
Yeah.
Put the storage room stuff first. Put what's going to be unloaded second, and then when they unload, get you into the new place, the rest of it goes to storage.
Yeah, good deal.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us today. Well, the infrastructure bill has passed, bipartisan, and then, Bubba, there's others. More spending is standing by. Standing by. Senator Tommy Tuberville out of the state of Alabama, our home state, joins us again. Senator, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you? Which one's it here? Where's he at?
Me.
Hold on, Coach. We'll find
All right, Coach, go ahead.
I don't know whether I can wake up at 7:30 in the morning and see you guys visually like this.
I know.
It doesn't start the day off right.
No, it doesn't. Can you imagine what our wives go through? This is how they end the day and how they start the day usually. Of course, they're usually asleep when we leave, so that's some protection. What we're going to do about inflation? I mean, this inflation affects everybody. This is certainly not a tax on the rich, and none of that. We're saying what it's costing every single person. Some of us who have just basic comprehension of the economy seem to understand what is causing inflation. The government does not seem to understand what causes it.
No, they don't have a clue. Typical up here, of course, you've got Joe Biden. I don't know what he's doing. I mean, he's just trying to self-destruct, in which he did that very early. And it's just something you look at wondering, what are they doing? What are they trying to prove in our country? Are they just trying to get all these social projects going through no matter what, how much it hurts the American public? And, inflation is going to continue to rise. I paid $4.19 a gallon for gas up here the other day, and it's going to continue to go up. Just amazed at their just so-called ignorance about just saying, hey, listen, we don't know what to do, but we're going to continue to cut back on gas. And they're begging Russia for gas and oil now. They're saying, hey, let's tap into our oil reserves instead of saying, hey, let's go back to digging again. Let's go back to pumping gas of our own, be self-sufficient, open the pipelines. They have no clue about real life, I'll tell you, and it's going to get worse. It's not going to get any better. And I just hate to say that because we're coming up to holiday season, one of the best times of the year. But milk and eggs and bread, all the things that everybody buys weekly is going to continue to rise.
Senator, when I was in 8th grade, Mrs. Robinson taught us about civics, and one of the things she taught us that if you have limited supplies and you have a lot of money floating around, that equals inflation. What is so hard about that?
Well, there's nothing hard to it. And what they do yesterday, they signed this $1.2 trillion bill that's going to flush more money into the economy. It's going to make it even worse. And now they're up here trying to pass this, was $3.5 trillion. Now we hear it's down to $1.75, but over a 5-year term, it is $5 trillion. It's going to cost the American taxpayers. So they just keep flushing money out there thinking that it overcomes all the problems, and we know it doesn't. The American taxpayer can handle their own problems if they'll just get the heck out of the way. Mm-hmm. But they don't want to do that. They want everybody to be on a free check, sit at home, think life's going to get better. They want power, and they are the most greedy group I've ever seen. And it's really the West Coast legislators and the one on the far East Coast that want to control the country, and they could care less about middle America. They don't have a clue about people getting up every morning, going to work, and at the end of the day, worrying about paying their bills. That's not in their agenda. So we'll have to see what happens. We're fighting them every day.
The latest numbers on the inflation would suggest American families are paying $175 more a month, or what will end up being over $2,100 a year in just inflation, and we haven't seen the end of it. I mean, I'm just shocked. And on the gas stuff, when the first thing you do in office is shut down a pipeline, what did they expect to happen, Senator?
Well, anything that Donald Trump did to help this country, they totally changed it, from the border all the way to the gas pump. And it's just, again, they have their own agenda. They know they had 2 years to get all this stuff flushed through, and they didn't realize it would cause this much of a problem this soon. They've got one more year. If they know they will get destroyed next year in Congress, the House will just absolutely just steamroll over them, and we'll take the House back. Hopefully we can get the Senate back but we've got 5 people retiring, and we've got, I think, close to 20 elections. They only have like 13 or 14. So it's a little unbalanced, but hopefully we can get that back. But they know they've only got one more year. They're going to be pushing everything they possibly can to get across the finish line, because they know they get these entitlement bills through, that it's very hard to vote them out. And so they're unorganized, I will tell you that. I mean, I've never seen a group so unorganized. They don't know what they're going to do from week to week. We have not hardly seen any of the nominations that they should be putting out there. It's just a cluster. And at the end of the day, we don't like it for the American people and for our country, but at least it's slowing them down to a point where hopefully we can get to this point next year and we can stop some of this craziness that they're trying to push on the American people.
Senator, turning to international affairs, China, how big a threat are they? And Taiwan, are we going to have to defend Taiwan, and are we willing to go to war to do it?
Well, at least Biden said last week, now I was on a 10-day trip. He said last week that we were going to defend Taiwan. I wouldn't trust anything he said, but we took a 10-day trip to the Indo-Pacific. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. We went 27,000 miles in 9 days. We went to see the president of Taiwan. We went to see all the generals and admirals in the Indo-Pacific, all the people that are gearing up to protect, Taiwan and Japan and the Philippines. We went to India and met with President Modi, who India's got their hands full with China and the Himalayas on the border up north. So it's very concerning. And the problem is, people need to understand this. They said, well, Taiwan's just a small island. No, it's the first of an island chain, which if they jump about 80 miles off their border into Taiwan, then we're going to have a huge problem in the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, everything that borders Taiwan. We cannot let them expand. Now, China's got their own problems. They're having a tough time feeding 1.4 billion people. But at the end of the day, they're putting all that money in military. So what we have to do is prepare. And I tell you, our generals and admirals were preparing in the Pacific, and we're trying to do all we can to help them with. We have the NDAA this week, which is the National Defense Authorization Act. It's the budget for the military. Finally, Schumer said, "Oh, okay, let's talk about the military for a while. We're starting today. Hopefully, we pass next year's budget." We've got a lot of money in there for defense and building things. And so we're, even in the budget myself, I was able to get in for Guam what we call an Aegis Ashore missile defense system. And they've wanted it for years. And I worked very hard to get it passed. We got it passed, hopefully, and it'll go into Guam in the very near future, and it will help with the defense of the Pacific.
Thank you, Senator Tommy Tuberville, taking time to be with us today.
Thank you, Senator Coates.
All right,
Thank you.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Oh, Oklahoma sends us an email here, Bubba. Nancy from Oklahoma. Talking about Relief Factor. Love when we get these. Relief Factor lets us know when you email them. Said, I wanted you to know that I noticed improvement after 2 weeks. I have nerve and spinal fusion damage, so I'm taking 3 packets a day. This week is week 5. I took the box to my pain management doctor, and he recommended I take 3 of the 4 ingredients. He hadn't heard of the product before, so he was glad for the information. I think he's going to start recommending it to his other patients. He should. I tell everybody about it. I'm so grateful my husband heard about it on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, Nancy, I'm so glad this is helping you. It's all natural. It's 4 botanicals. You can take it every day, and this was discovered in research that was going on to try to help us all with the aging process, and they discovered that these 4 botanicals work quite well together on the body's natural inflammatory response and thus relieving pain. So this may be the answer for you naturally. Go to ReliefFactor.com today. Get a 3-week supply for only $19.95. That's the quick start pack. You'll know inside 3 weeks whether this works for you or not. ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. And I'm going to tell you, over 70% of the people that get the quick start pack, they keep on using it because they see those kind of results. Now, Bubba, it never fails that the ongoing saga of somebody said, and when it I had somebody tell me the other day, I heard it over the weekend, that they said, hey, I was thankful when you had the guys on, the health guys, and y'all were basically telling them it's ever changing. Can you give us some sort of?
Can you land on something?
Can you land on something? This food's good for you. It's bad for you. It's good for you. Yes, it's bad. No, it's good. Good, bad, good, no, not, no, yes, no, yes.
Probably the best example of that, Rick, is the egg.
Oh, the poor egg.
Yeah.
We've been through that. Now
coffee.
Get this headline. Get this headline here, which is caffeine. Caffeine, we've had this debate too. I personally think caffeine is a vitamin.
I know.
And I'd like to see it C12.
Matter of fact, you and I keep trying to put out a natural pack of caffeine that we think everybody needs, a supplement.
Get this headline, Rick. It says, is it time to stop demolishing dairy?
Mm-hmm.
For years, we've been warned that the fat in cheese and milk is bad for our health. Yet new studies suggest dairy may actually be good for us and even help prevent disease.
There we go. Look at that.
Now, what are we supposed to do with that?
Look at that.
Hey, what are you doing? I'll tell you, now we've gone dairy-free. We've taken dairy out of our diet. We don't do dairy. So now what do you get?
So see,
you need to be doing some dairy.
When you have this debate with eggs, when you have this debate with all these things, now dairy, do you understand why people are concerned about the COVID vaccine? Do you see where that might just give us a little bit of concern?
Ever changing.
Sugar is bad for health. Most on the health world would agree to that. But when it comes to fat, there's been a real debate that has broken out. For decades, we've been warned that eating too much dairy, such as milk, butter, and cheese, would raise serious conditions such as heart disease and strokes. Only for more recent studies to suggest they might actually protect us from these by lowering our risk of developing high blood pressure or type 2 diabetes. Why can't scientists agree, Rick? That is the question.
Wait a minute. So now we're saying, well, we're really taking a look at dairy, some new discoveries that we've got here. It may actually help with hypertension and blood sugar. What? Hey, let me tell you what we're going to do first. What we're going to do first, no dairy, no bread. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's another one you're going to say.
Oh, poor old bread. Bread's been kicked around.
They were right.
Sure.
How about this? Jesus himself said he's the bread of life.
How about when we were growing up and they had that where you get a little bit of everything? Maybe they were right.
Can I tell you?
Probably it.
I know technically it's not the same bread.
I know that.
But I just have a built-in problem anytime I hear bread is bad because of our belief and Jesus using that example. The other one is salt.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Yeah. Now, I don't add salt to food. The only thing I put salt on that I know that I put salt on is watermelon.
Well,
green plum.
If you will look at a lot of the food we consume,
it's already
there's no need to add it. It's already there.
I agree.
That's why it tastes good.
I like pepper on it because I just like to see it.
Right.
It don't really do nothing.
Right.
I got a little pepper.
Now, Rick, while
sodium is in everything, we have to watch Dad's sodium intake, and so you have to look at everything, and you wouldn't believe. Next time, look at your ingredients and look at how much sodium's in things.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't believe it.
Flavor.
Had to throw out half the
I
refrigerator.
had some green beans the other night that was made for me by a restaurant, and I wanted to go over and say, I see y'all decided to give us some green beans with our salt.
Yeah, they need to let you salt your own.
They taste fantastic, but I've gone through 4 cups of water.
Right, really thirsty.
Now, Rick,
very thirsty.
I don't want to get into the minutia and high grass of this study because your head will spin.
Here we go.
Do minutia.
I did. With the undershirt on.
But let me
feeling confident.
Let me just
got a big
holding
move.
court.
Got a big move. Don't know what to do.
Brought in a few gifts.
Let me just read you this part about the study.
Storage unit.
Scientists have not yet been able to establish how all of this works, but in a 2018 study of more than 135,000 people in 21 different countries who were monitored for 9 years, by a respected research group, found lower rates of death and cardiovascular disease in people who ate dairy than those who didn't. With those who ate the highest amounts, 2 or more servings per day, were the most protected.
All right, I want you to watch this. Come on, watch this. Watch this.
Is crazy.
I want you to watch this because I want to put my because most doctors do this. I want you to picture me or Bubba sitting in here with our doctor. Look, he's got our paper. He's got our paperwork.
Yeah.
He goes, all right. So I tell you what we're gonna do. Let's get you on a high dairy diet. I mean, can you imagine that?
We need more dairy.
We need more dairy.
Let's add some dairy to your diet.
Yeah.
We're gonna do that first. Or I got some dairy supplements.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
And you're not getting enough salt.
Can you imagine your doctor saying that to you?
No.
Yeah. See, I'll tell you what. Now, how much dairy you taking, and you think he's getting on you? Not much. I cut it out. No. That's the problem. You need to put that back in.
And Rick,
Drink a little more milk.
They even break down in some of these countries, like Sweden, where the diet is high in dairy. Okay.
Yeah.
The Swedes love dairy.
Those were the people who had the best numbers.
They love their dairy.
They love it.
Less heart attacks, less strokes.
Hey, South Africa loves their dairy.
Tearing down some
of the best food
milk.
I've ever eaten.
That whole milk too, Rick.
Yeah.
Not that.
That good
other
milk,
stuff.
not that thin
There's
stuff.
two things that you've
not
heard.
that water. You mean?
You've heard me say one. You've heard me say one of them over the years, and I haven't revisited in a while. There's 2 things that I believe that we are going to be held accountable for by our Creator that we're not even counting on. Number 1 is shrinking animals.
Yes.
Okay.
Coming up
to this
Meanies,
weird breed.
Meanie and Tinies.
A horse should not watch TV with you on the couch.
The shrinking of animals.
I think that one's going to go.
Especially the horse, based on the horse making his resume.
Or, Rick, we've taken a wolf and bred it down to the point that it'll fit in a teacup.
I've got a 7-pound wolf at home right now. A 7-pound wolf. Okay, so I want to go back to this again. We're going to be held accountable for that. I mean, especially the horse. Miniature horses are sin. If you look, the horse make God's resume.
Oh yeah,
Right.
It's in the Job list.
Why would you need a miniature horse?
I don't know.
If you're gonna have it sit on the couch, well, you don't the couch.
That's
to
the
break.
point. The horses are, you ride them.
The other one he's going to have a word with us about is skim milk.
Yeah.
What is this with the milk here?
Yeah, you can see through it.
Why did y'all make this into?
That's what I grew up.
Why did y'all make this into white water?
No,
when did this become white water? What have you done to milk?
Yeah.
I'm with you.
All I knew was skim milk growing up. That's
Not
what my
me.
mom had in the refrigerator.
All I knew was whole milk.
Whole milk.
That's why I was big and strong.
Now, Rick, again, the numbers.
We settled on 2% now. I think.
See, the grandkids
Something
brought
like
whole
that.
milk back into my life.
Yeah.
The
So I'll
numbers.
get theirs, and it's really good.
It's real good.
The numbers
Big difference.
just carry on, and I don't want to get lost in that. But this is what the people who did the study seem to think is happening. They're saying it's all about probiotics. Okay,
Yeah.
the good bacteria in cheese, which they believe reduces inflammation that can trigger heart disease. They also suggest that one of its fatty acids may boost levels of good HDL cholesterol that protects the heart.
I didn't even look at my phone, but I knew that when I looked over here, knew it. I mean, I didn't even hesitate. I knew that there was a text from Bones. I knew it. Bones has his own cow. You know that.
Right.
And his own eggs. And he says, and I've heard this from farmers, store-bought dairy is what's bad for you. If you were eating it before it went through all the processing the way it was intended.
Here we go.
If you were
Last year I knew nothing.
it's actually good for you.
Well, I don't know.
That's back to
about
those
all that,
biotics you
but-
said again.
I don't know. I don't want to go out there and hit that udder.
Well, you're not hitting the udder, Greg.
No, you're pulling that
they,
teat.
They process it there. They do their own farm thing there where they separate.
So he don't go
the-
straight to the bucket and take it in there?
No.
Well, that ain't no better.
He says farm fresh dairy and eggs is what they're talking about being good for you.
He need a little udder cream on his hands from milking the cow this morning.
So I'm gonna tell you this.
Give me some of that udder cream.
Get a little chilly out there.
Let me go with this right here. I think the reason why we have so many orthopedic problems in athletes now that we didn't have.
Oh.
Everything's breaking now. Everything breaks.
Yeah.
And their bones break because they've been raised on skim milk.
That's Rick's prediction.
Rick,
I'm telling you.
Rick, it's as good as any theory that's out there.
My boy, how about this?
I think
can
they're
tell.
too strong for the joints.
Nah, it's skim milk.
Dadgum skim milk.
Whole milk's so much better for you than skim milk.
Oh, yeah.
So much better.
Yeah.
It builds stronger bones. How much calcium you got in white water? Huh? Skim milk. We're going to be held accountable for skim milk. If you've got a glass of skim milk while you're propped up on your tiny horse, you're in trouble.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. All right, so let's unpack a couple other stories out there. Do we even want to get into this Alex Jones thing? I don't even. Alex Jones, I know he garners some very, very emotional responses from our audience on either sides of this. But some of these things that I had forgotten about. There's a couple of things that have happened that we have not mentioned that we got updates on. And one of them is, did you know that John Gruden is suing Goodell?
Yeah, well, I figured he would. I mean,
Right.
if you're released and you're owed a bunch of money, right or wrong, you might as well, right?
Yeah, because I think what in his case is, hey, of all the millions of emails of various people in the NFL out there, you exposed my emails, and then you allowed me to be cast as this evil person, and it cost me my job. So there will be. So he will be suing. Also, I saw where Netflix. They are going to be sued by the royal family for their series, The Crown.
Right.
So that is going to happen. And now Alex Jones is facing ruin as he's found guilty in all 4 Sandy Hook defamation cases. InfoWars conspiracy theorist, I like how they threw that in there for us, is liable for the damages because he called the massacre a hoax and the victims crisis actors. And so he's been found guilty on all of those cases that were brought against him. He's guilty. So what does that mean? It means he's done.
He had his big show, and I mean it was just constant conspiracy, Rick. That's why I could.
Wow.
Listen, if you want to sell me on a conspiracy, don't have 3 a week. Right. It's hard for me to conspire everything. I got to have a break somewhere along the line. So Alex Jones had been pushing this thing that the whole Sandy Hook was fake, which I don't believe it was. And he stayed with it. And, I forgot the legal definition on the defamation thing, but I guess what they're trying to say is he profited by spreading bad information. It's not like libel where they're damaged.
Yeah, it says he was found liable for damages, and he goes on to say this, but it doesn't say exactly what these people have the right to. But they don't know how the damages are going to be handed out. That's not been determined yet. And but it says that there's something coming to these families, but they don't know exactly what.
Well, part of this too was I just don't think he was forthcoming in this. They say, or one of the families here that won in this said that Alex Jones and his companies have deliberately concealed evidence of a relationship between what they publish and how they make money. Mr. Jones was given every opportunity to comply, but he chose instead to withhold evidence for more than 2 years. The court was left with no choice but to rule as they did today. So I guess they were trying to get his financial records to show that he was profiting from it. But I mean, obviously he made money on his show, or he wouldn't have done it.
Well, they're saying his finances are murky, but they think nearly all of his income has been derived from the sales of the dubious health supplements. What does he have? Does he have health supplements?
I don't really follow him very much, so I don't know much.
Yeah, I don't either.
him.
But they say they think his net worth now again, I don't know, what that is all tied up in, but they think it's around $5 million.
So even if he loses the court case, which he did, then you go into the punishment part of this, and I don't know what they can get or what they think they can get. It's just a very strange thing. It was very strange when he kept hanging on this, I thought, to begin with.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, if you want to say politically that there was a jump to use this for a political agenda of limiting rights to American citizens, and you want to use this case to demonize guns and to advance a political agenda. Certainly that was done. But then it's almost like you ever had that happen, hey, buddy, you're going too far with it? Then he went on into that it was totally fabricated. These are all actors, and you remember that all that bizarre thing going on. And he kind of took that and started talking about it like it was fact. And,
but, one of his defense arguments is that, I guess, does he do a show out of Texas? Do you know?
I think so.
Anyway, he says that Texas state law says that you can't sue anyone if you never mention their name or something to that effect. And so he's saying he's being sued by people and he's never even mentioned their name. This is part of his defense. He says, and I quote, "I'm being sued by people whose names I've never said."
Now, one of the stories about this, Rick, that comes from CNN says that he's being sued by families of the Sandy Hook victims in both Texas and Connecticut courts over his past claims that the shooting was staged. He has since acknowledged that the shooting was real.
Really?
So it sounds like he's changed his tune on that, according to this.
Yeah, lawsuits will do that.
The case will now proceed to the hearing about damages to the defendants, and that will be what you hear next. So I don't know. Very strange deal, too. A lot of strange out there today.
All right.
Rick, we know this statement. I talk for hours a day. I can't remember what I talked about sometimes a week ago.
I can't remember what we talked about yesterday. If you pressed me on yesterday, I'd struggle.
First hour, a little bit.
Yeah, right. Like right now, can you name one thing we talked about yesterday?
Yesterday, Rick, we covered a lot of stuff.
What did we do?
I'd have to look at my rundown from yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
Tell you for sure.
See there? It's not there. I mean, you could get it, but it's not readily there.
No.
Yeah. Only reason I know is I'm looking at the breakdown.
That's cheating. That's a cheat sheet. You can't look at a cheat sheet. So anyway, that
it was something to do with COVID.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Okay, that's easy.
Something about the president
and
inflation.
And guns.
That's it. Mandate.
Targeting calls, you remember that?
Targeting, I remember that. Thank you.
62-yard field goal by Texas Tech.
Yep, remember that.
Rick, Greg at the garage sale.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
I
remember that. I remember that.
All right, we got
my
this going.
dad and my handles.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I'd push that all the way back to last week. That was actually yesterday, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. Since you weren't here, it couldn't have been then, could it? So, wait, did you come back last week? Were you here all week last week? Or was that when you were off?
He was off last week.
Rick, that wasn't serious. You're kidding, right? You're playing.
No, he's serious.
I didn't know.
You had a serious look.
He was serious.
Confused me.
Yeah. Well, I honestly.
I was here all week, Rick. I was never gone.
Yeah, that's it. No, I knew you were gone. There was a sense something missing. I didn't know what it was, but and I kept thinking, why does everybody keep using Speedy's mic?
Where is he?
I mean, he's gonna be upset about that.
Was he screening calls all week?
Right. He's already over at the new place getting us moved.
I gotta know, what did Greg do when he was hungry and had to eat? Did he go into the call screening room?
Oh yeah, that didn't affect him at all.
No, he didn't miss a beat.
Okay.
Greg's pretty reliable on that phone screen about 7:30.
Oh yeah.
Local time.
We'll come back. If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll come back. We've got this video involving the helicopter getting close to the USS Essex. We got that video coming out, that story. We got more of your phone calls. We'll break them down. Will a meat could spin. You never know. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here for another hour. And welcome back. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank you for joining us.
All right, so we'll get to this video and this story. Adler, I'm going to take this call first because he's going back to last hour for a discussion, but we'll definitely do the helicopter video there, number 6. With the story, but unless it starts something else going. But we had James out of Dothan listening to News Talk 103.9, and understand he wanted to make a comment on the last story before we move forward. So, James, go right ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
The whole Alex Jones thing, the guy's obviously animated. That's how he gets his audience. He can, the things he says, you can believe it or not. And as far as defamation and the families that were involved, it was a horrible thing. I mean, it would be like someone saying 9/11 was an inside job.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we've had a lot of that, too.
We've had that, too.
What I'm getting at is they're not saying that 9/11 didn't happen. It's saying that 9/11 was a little questionable. There was no investigation. There was no accountability, stuff like that. And I'm not giving any credibility to Alex Jones at all.
James, hang on just a second. Let's just one of these at a time. There was several investigations into 9/11. We made a lot of changes to security. You may remember the thing called the TSA. There were changes made after 9/11, and it was investigated ad nauseum by Congress, by the House, by the Senate, by everybody else. But that really does not play into this particular case.
Right. But what I'm getting at, you're kind of limiting the freedom of speech, and I get as far as defamation. I mean, he didn't really say any particular person. He wasn't ruining anyone's reputation. He may have mentioned some families. I don't know if he mentioned. I don't follow Alex Jones. What I'm getting at is you can have the propaganda media spew lies all day long about anybody, and then they go after certain folks. Obviously, they know that he is a problem to the propaganda media, and that's the issue. Is that they can silence him. He was already censored, and that's ultimately what it's coming down to is censoring voices that don't agree with the narrative, and that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, the court it went to case. The case went to court. He has had his day in court, and he'll probably have an appeal as well. It really wasn't. These people sued him. It really wasn't the government going after him. These people sued him because they thought it defamed their character to be portrayed that they were pretending their kids were slaughtered by a mad gunman, and they didn't like being part of that narrative. And the court said, yeah, you really shouldn't have been part of that narrative. But again, that's just a court case. But I understand what you're getting at, and we should always be concerned about that. And there's clearly an attempt in our country right now for the government to try to limit the freedoms that we have to express ourselves and cancel culture, all that. We know all that's true, but and I understand what you're saying, but
I don't know that it really.
But I didn't hear the case, so I don't know law, so I really can't speak intelligently about the ruling.
Yeah, freedom of
saying.
Speech has limits. We know that. Yeah. We've decided that in this country.
Right.
You can't yell fire in a theater.
Right. Yeah.
So the point being, it's not illegal to yell fire in a theater if it's on fire.
Right.
Only if it's not on fire.
Correct.
So think about how that might be applied to this. That's and I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree.
Right.
I don't have a dog in that fight.
But you're concerned about limiting the freedom to expression. That's a legitimate concern. Now, I don't know that this case is an example of that, but your genuine concern I agree with.
Yeah, well, and that's part of his defense is his freedom of speech is being denied, and he never used names of the family. And that's just Alex's defense. I'm not saying it was right or wrong, whatever. But I'm just saying that's what it says in the article.
And I don't know how the families are saying that they're being they could be emotionally harmed by this. I could see that. I mean, if I lost somebody and you had somebody on media screaming it didn't happen, I would not be happy with it. I don't know if they had to prove that they'd been damaged financially or whatever. But you made a great point, Rick. This was a person suing another person. The government's not involved in
They're
this.
not, no. Yeah. So, but I understand the concern.
I understand both sides of it. I really do.
Yeah. So we have an Iran military helicopter getting too close. They're saying it looks like the USS Essex, is it?
Right. The U.S. had reported that the USS Essex had a unsafe and unprofessional interaction with multiple Iranian drones earlier this month.
Right.
So it just buzzes us too.
So was that a helicopter?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a full-blown helicopter here.
And this is footage from the Iranians, I guess.
All right. So
I wouldn't want them getting that close to my ship.
No. So is this now from the? So this is them flying by the ship like this?
Yes.
They get a pretty good view of it, don't they?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, how do we know they're not going to drop it?
Why are we allowing this to happen?
I started to say, I don't like those rules of engagement.
No.
I'd say you get within so many miles of my aircraft carrier, I make scrap metal out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't ask for permission to do so.
The Pentagon, as y'all said, used the term, the accusation now is unsafe and unprofessional. Well, that'll show them. I bet they won't come back now.
You are unprofessional. How dare you?
How weak do we look?
Hey, we're the United States of America, and what we thought you did was unprofessional and unsafe. Not, hey, I'll tell you one thing, you come up here again, we're going to blast you.
You remember in the movie Top Gun, we didn't let them get within 100 miles of us.
Of course you didn't.
Because of those extra set missiles.
I mean, he was so close, it looked like he was about to land.
Yeah. We even had an inverted dive of one of them.
I know.
Gave him a little message.
Yeah.
If y'all remember.
Right.
Greg's favorite message.
It is. So our government says, without getting into specifics, the crew of the Essex took the appropriate force protection measures they felt they needed to, and they acted in accordance with international law. So that's our press secretary, John Kirby, wants to assure us of that.
Thank you, Kirby.
Speaking of being unprofessional, we also had what appears that the Russians have destroyed a satellite with an anti-satellite weapon and created quite a bit of debris in space to the point that the astronauts on the International Space Station had to go to their lifeboats.
No.
And we didn't know that they were going to do it ahead of time.
They just fired?
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
Huh. So there you go.
You know, a lot of pieces of metal flying around faster than a rifle bullet is problematic if you're in space.
Well, if you're going to fire into space and take a satellite out, everybody probably needs to know about it, especially if you're living up there.
You know, the Chinese did that a few years ago, and it created a lot of problems.
Yeah. So, if you're living up there, space junk's probably a biggie.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah.
Is this some animated shot of it now?
Yeah, this is just probably from a movie or something.
Yeah. Anybody talk to Russia about it? They got a comment?
it was a little vague, the answer we got back on all
Partially do rock.
Right. Yeah.
But usually, if they're doing a test, we know about it, and if we're doing a test, they know about it. So somebody doesn't accidentally think that they're being attacked.
By the way, John Kirby, another comment. He said, "This is my message to Russia and to Iran. Don't make us count to 10."
Mm-hmm. If you do, we might treat you like Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Scare them to death.
Your phone calls are next. We'll go full-blown phone troll next on any topic you want to talk about. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. You're running the program when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. We'll talk about whatever's on your mind. You're running the show now. We've handed you, here we go. You want to drive? There's the keys. Let it roll. Whatever you want to talk about. 866 We Be Big, and we have opened up the lines, and because it is a phone troll, we'll limit how long someone can talk. 30 seconds will be the end, and then we'll get to the next caller. That way, if you are trying to get in because of there's so many lines, you can. But once we get started on the troll format, you should not have to wait very long for your turn to talk. Now, Helmsy and Bubba do own a timeout apiece, but they must use those wisely because it's only one apiece. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. We're getting into that time of year that I want you to know about some good gift ideas that are out there. Certainly the Rick and Bubba store. We should have a big announcement tomorrow about that, but the Rick and Bubba store, those items are already going. Think about the shipping problems. Do that. Also want to remind you in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events of a couple of events you could get tickets to and give those as gifts to the men on your list. The man event coming up February the 4th. That'll be at Pensacola's Olive Baptist Church. Sherry and I will be speaking there with Coach Hugh Freeze and Charles Billingsley. And then February the 18th, the Pursuit Men's Conference 2022 in Dothan, Alabama. Jonathan Evans, Andy Blanks, and I will all be speaking, and Charles Billingsley will be doing worship there as well. Want to grab those tickets? Tickets are on sale to both of those, and you can find them at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. I think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. To the phones we go. Josh standing by. Josh, you got 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah. All right. So my question is how do y'all feel about the Kyle Rittenhouse case where everyone on TV is trying to say that the judge is racist and being biased towards it, when the kid clearly was trying to defend property, and everyone's saying that a skateboard now is not a lethal weapon? I'm just kind of curious how everybody's feeling about that. Why is it such a high-profile case all of a sudden?
Well, you know why it's a high-profile case.
I think it was high-profile because it had to do with the protests this summer and the burning of the town and all of that stuff, and of course the guns involved.
Two people are dead.
Right. So
one's handless.
I think that's what you're looking at in this, and there's so much misinformation about the case, and you can't even believe what you read now. No. I mean, and I haven't sit and watched it coast to coast. We were talking about it in the break. If he is found guilty, it's not going to be the end of the world. If he walks, it's not the end of the world to me because I'm not that connected to that case.
Yeah, it's the jury has it now. The National Guard is in position, and to your point, cases like this now turn into your team versus my team, and neither team can be reasoned with.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kevin in Alabama. Kevin, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I got a cure for the blood shortage.
Okay.
If the American Red Cross would recognize antibodies, then everybody with antibodies would donate blood.
Well, I know in some cases they were asking people who had antibodies to donate blood. They were actually paying more for that at one time. Now I don't know what the current status is.
Yeah.
But I'd even said one time I would be glad to donate some, but I couldn't find out where to give it.
Right. Beth in Birmingham. Beth, well
Rick, because I'm a freak of nature. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, that's what you are.
You are. Beth in Birmingham. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do I sound good?
You do, Beth. Very good phone. Very good phone.
Perfect. Look, I have a question and a comment. First of all, I've been watching the Rittenhouse case, and every time the jury goes in and out, the judge says, don't talk about the case, of course. My thing is, how the heck do you not talk about it? I would be freaking out. How do you stay quiet about it?
You're talking about if you're a juror?
Is the jury pool?
Yes.
One of the other things, I think it was this case, where Wisconsin does it a little different. It seems like there was a certain number of jurors who heard the case, but then only a certain number of that group actually go and deliberate for a verdict, and they don't know who it is until the case is handed to them.
Yeah, I thought you may be right. I thought that was just alternates because alternates have to hear everything too in case somebody can't do it. There's 18 people, 12 decide. I thought the other 6 were just alternates, but I could be wrong.
But the way I heard it, and maybe I heard it wrong, was none of them know who the 12 is going to be to deliberate.
Okay, so they pull 12 out of the 18 no matter who.
I guess that gets the people who are on standby to pay attention.
I guess it does. That would do it, wouldn't it?
It would.
Philip and Boaz. Philip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I had the pleasure of hearing you speak Sunday night at Pine Grove Church.
Oh, thank you.
And my son and I got to meet you after service. He has autism, and he was really wanting to tell you how sorry he was about your son's unfortunate accident.
Oh, he
and
did. He did a great job.
I was concerned about how it would come out, but I just wanted to commend you on your grace and discernment and how you handled the situation. And you were just like, thank you. And he was like, Daddy, he really was thankful and all. And so I appreciate it, and God bless you.
Well, thank you, man. It was great to meet your son, and he handled himself perfectly. You should have been very proud, especially on such a delicate subject. He did a great job. Let's go to Hattiesburg. I'm not sure what the name is. It's not up there. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. When you guys were going over the milk stuff earlier, it made me think of Jenkins.
Yeah.
Like one of your best ofs. I was wondering if you guys had any updates on him, if he's called in lately.
Jenkins has been kind of quiet, and several of these topics that he was fired up about have come up.
I really think Jenkins has done well. Most of what he wanted to accomplish, his passions, maybe he feels like he's done his job. Maybe he's like, Jenkins out. Mic drop. I've got midwives. I've got raw milk.
Now, his mother was mad at us one time.
Yeah.
That was
remember?
true, yeah.
So she may have shut that down.
He's emailed me a couple times. I think he's just busy.
How's Jinx doing?
Yeah, he's doing good. I think he's just busy.
Okay. Since he stays with fresh milk, you can't store it up, Rick. So he's got to stay out there.
No, you're right. It's a lot of work.
A lot going on out there on the farm.
Oh man, what you talking about?
Abby and Gadsden.
That's why you need 1,000 calories a day.
Amen. Z93, go ahead.
In reference to Friday's show, Helmsy said that, Rick, you chewed him out one day in his office.
Yeah.
I was wondering what that was about.
Well, we don't talk about that.
We were doing a story in regards to the Texas coaches getting on and how that was a learning lesson for those men. He got on them. And I just used an example. I said, hey, you don't think there's been times where Rick's called me in his office and gave me a good chewing, and you know what I learned from it. And you don't just get frustrated. It wasn't fun at the time.
It never is.
But I learned from it and moved on. And that's, we were coordinating it with, or not correlating it with real world.
Right.
If you can't handle these kind of discussions, you're not even gonna be able to get a job.
Well,
because unfortunately, your boss tells you things that he may not like what you're doing.
Right.
He may tell you to do something different than you're doing, and you gotta respond to that with respect.
You may not agree with it.
You may not agree with it, but you got to respond with some respect and get it done, or go find somewhere else to work.
Speaking of that, I need to see you today. No, I don't even remember, but I mean, whatever it was, he needed it.
I can tell you exactly what it was, and Greg can too, because I even think Greg came to my defense at one point.
Yeah. That's why I remember Greg punched me.
No, it wasn't
rolling
about
around
that.
like we was kids.
No, it was.
What I did is I took off my boss hat. We were just brothers, and he took a swing.
Speedy says he remembers it.
He took a swing.
But
look, hey, that's real life, guys. I hate to break it to everybody.
I know we're raising.
And we love each other in here, but there are times where we have to get in and hash out some things.
Some of the people that love me the most,
100%.
are the ones who said, "I got to tell you right now, you got to correct this. This can't happen.
Yeah,
or what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah,
and that has helped me tremendously.
Yeah.
But we're raising a generation that thinks that authority figures, that somehow the whole world revolves around them. They're never ever put in a position where they're actually not in charge. Someone else is.
Right.
And if that person does anything that corrects them or says you're wrong or doesn't give them the grade they thought or they don't get to do whatever, then they can't handle it. They have a complete meltdown.
You're right.
Yeah. So it serves you well to be able to handle it because it do you some good.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
It brings me to my knees.
Well, we're talking about, hey, it's Christmas shopping now. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, you got to get it done. And I'm gonna be throwing out a lot of ideas to you. Cord Buddy is one right now. Here's a great idea. So Thanksgiving is coming up. Is that next week? Is Thanksgiving next week? 1 week from this Thursday?
It is next week.
My goodness, it's next week. You know what? I want you to know I'm thankful for all of you. And
you too, Lord.
Yeah. You too, Greg. I mean, you've been I just love my baby brother. I'm thankful for him all the time. Cord Buddy is a great idea. What if you were like, every time Thanksgiving comes around, I got family members that bring their guitars and they sit around and they pick, and I just wish I could. I just don't know how to play. But if you get a Cord Buddy, you could be playing with them next Thursday, because you could play music the very first day that you get it. You just attach it to the neck of the guitar, push the buttons, and it holds the chords for you as you strum away, like you like it. So it's also a tremendous idea to give this invention as a gift this season. And if you'd like to give the gift of a starter guitar or a guitar, they've got great guitars at great prices. So go to CordBuddy.com right now. That's CordBuddy.com, and you can get your Cord Buddy, or you can pick up a guitar, or you can get these packages that it all comes together. Do that right now, and you can be Santa's little helper by going to CordBuddy.com. That's CordBuddy.com. Also, there's a link at RickandBubba.com. You can find that right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, I cannot believe the story that you're holding in your hands.
Rick,
this has got to be big for you.
Rick, this is big. Pee Wee Herman is going to host his own radio show, at least temporarily.
How about we give everybody hope, don't we?
We do, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Bit of a PR campaign for Pee Wee Herman. He seems to fought back pretty good.
After a viral Twitter campaign, Pee Wee Herman will be DJing his first radio show ever on KCRW FM 89.9, one of Los Angeles public radio stations and a national public radio affiliate. He says, I emailed them a letter, which got lost apparently.
That's funny.
And then tagged them on Twitter, and then they didn't believe it was me until my biggest, bestest, most amazing fans called and jammed up their phone lines.
Please look.
Herman said in a press release Monday that was purposely written by him and sent to esteemed journalists.
Look what he typed it on an old-fashioned
Rick,
typewriter.
this is so funny. This is the letter that he sent them originally and said got lost, apparently.
Yeah, apparently
okay.
lost. Yeah.
He says, to whom it may concern, hi, I'm an aspiring disc jockey and music lover. This is not a form letter that I'm sending to lots of radio stations. In fact, it's only going to you, KCRW, my favorite radio station. Now, where he has KCRW, it's been whited out.
That is fantastic. That is so good.
That's good.
Gosh, that's good.
He says, I'm hoping you might be open to the idea of giving me an opportunity to showcase my talents in the musical arena by awarding me my own show on KCRW. Please, pretty please. I can arrange transportation to your headquarters should an in-person meeting or even audition be desired. Thank you for listening, pun intended. Your pal, Pee Wee Herman. And they responded.
Look at P.S.
I wear size small headphones.
So Pee Wee Herman. So is it?
There it is. The lady been working on it.
What other? I mean, what is he going to do? A musical show?
I guess it says he has good musical taste.
Does NPR do music? I know you can tell I don't.
I guess
I don't listen to
maybe
that.
this show he's wanting to be on. Now, Rick, this Twitter campaign was headed up with the hashtag DJ Life and hashtag Dream Big.
DJ Life.
This
Dream
picture
Big.
though is so funny because Rick, this is us as little kids.
They know it
we
is.
were doing
100%.
that exact same thing.
100%.
Look at him. How funny.
I was doing radio shows in there with that plastic baseball bat.
Oh yeah.
Put it
Does
as
he
my
have
microphone.
to dress up like that since he's on the radio?
Oh, you know he will.
Do you think so? Is he going to be on the radio as the actor or as Pee Wee Herman?
That's Pee Wee Herman.
Okay.
Yeah,
Full
but
blown
he,
Pee Wee
but he
Herman.
don't have to wear the costume. Nobody can see him.
No, yes, he does.
He will, though. There'll be a lot of
How
pictures,
can you,
a lot of PR.
How can
around
you
it.
do the radio show in the character if you're not dressed like the character?
Well,
I mean, you got to be into it. You got to
don't
sell
dress
it.
like Gary when you do him.
But I ain't doing. I mean, I ain't doing the show as Gary.
That's true.
If I was doing the show as Gary, I'd
No.
say
Here, the question is, will he have his characters from his playhouse? Will Cherry be there?
I heard he's going to do movie reviews.
What? What's going? Is that something?
Yeah, you don't know about that?
Oh yeah, Greg. You won't let anything go.
Hard to forget that, but yeah.
Yeah, Greg. Yes, it is.
Remember the guy?
Wish
who
I'd have never known it.
Was it Phil Hartman? Remember he was on there as the captain.
Yeah,
the boat captain.
I put Phil Hartman over in one of my list of deaths I wish had not happened.
Funny guy.
Huh?
I watched those specials about him.
Yeah,
and it's sad how
tragic
funny he was.
how the
Oh, it was awful.
I mean, he had a lot of problems leading up to him being killed by his wife.
Yeah.
But we saw him live when we were in L.A. hosting a show, like a blooper show, and they had some technical problems. So, he just got to talk to the audience. I mean, he was funny.
Yes, very funny.
I mean, we were crying. We were laughing so hard.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Because he was making fun of the problems they were having and all these people, and we can't get it worked. Back to the, hey, can we get a microphone up here,
Oh, the Jerry Seinfeld
Didn't
speech?
realize he was on there, look.
Lawrence Fishburne?
Yes.
You didn't remember that?
I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
Rick didn't watch a lot of Pee Wee's.
I didn't
Playhouse,
either.
but-
I did. Bubba had to. He had no choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bubba you were actually switching it and running it for our local TV station.
Yeah, our local TV station. I had this Saturday morning sign-on, which started real early, Rick. Little did I know I needed to adapt to that format.
I know.
And Pee Wee was on for about an hour, around 7 or 8 o'clock. It was kind of so I mean, I had to watch it. I was master control. I had to watch
You was in there just horse laughing.
Did you find yourself?
Well, I didn't to begin with, but it kind of grew on me because I realized he had that, there was a lot of humor in it for the grown-ups, too.
The first time I ever saw him in that character, and you'll remember this, Rick, it was on the Young Comedian special on HBO when they would have new comedians.
Oh, yeah.
And he was one of them, as Pee Wee.
I don't remember
I'm
that.
thinking, boy, that's bizarre.
No, I know what you're talking about. I mean, when
Sam Kinison on there?
No.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that.
Rick, where you been?
I
Jim
mean,
Carrey, I remember him being on it.
Greg, did you see Pee Wee's Big Adventure? That's all I want.
I did, but I don't remember a lot about it. What about Big Top Pee Wee? Do you not like that as well?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know how the sequels are.
That was good. Which one was it where he couldn't find his bike? Was that
was the first
That
one.
was a Big Adventure?
Yeah. That guy had stole it.
Francis,
he didn't like.
By the way, yeah.
Francis. You remember he'd say Francis.
What about if he ran it back, he'd be hanging off the side of it?
but I mean, it was I didn't know what to do with it really. I wasn't sure what to do with Pee Wee Herman. I had no idea. I didn't know, is he doing this for us? Is he doing it for kids?
I told you, the first time I saw him, he's doing stand-up like that. I mean, it was weird.
Funny.
Did you know what to do with it?
Not really. He was funny at times, bizarre at other times.
The last one he did, what was the name? I can't remember the name of the movies, but that last one, Comeback movie.
Yeah.
And
I forgot about that.
He had that. That girl that wanted to talk to him. He kept trying to avoid.
Yeah.
And that was I thought one of the funnier lines. Let me let you let me go.
Yeah, I've needed that line.
Yes.
Yeah.
I tell you what, let me let you let me go.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're like, what? What did he do?
Let me let you let me go. Yeah. Have you ever been?
You can tell I've had to use it.
Yeah.
A few times.
Have you ever been?
Let you let me.
Have
go.
you ever been in a phone conversation and you start thinking to yourself, I don't know how this is ever going to end?
Yeah. You're praying for to lose the signal.
Right. Yeah. Let me tell you, if you think it's tough for somebody to go the long way home, sitting across from them at a table or sitting in the room with them on the phone, if you're going the long way home, that's the worst place to go the long way home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those And then what about when you think that you're done, and I'll say, hey, now one more thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Now I didn't tell you about so and so, and I'm like, I think you did.
Yeah, you did.
Have you ever?
I don't like it like when the phone starts getting hot.
Yeah.
Right.
You're like, that's too long.
Yeah. It's.
Let me let you let me go.
Yeah. Well, hey, let me tell you something. It's look, and we look, Greg. We all can get
Do
a
we
little.
need to do that with a caller from time to time?
Yes.
You just cue me, I'll tell.
Yeah. What? Well, let me tell you what.
Let you let me go.
Well, what I've noticed, and I had someone here even recently. And I'm not doing as many phone trolls as we have done. We always do a couple of them during the show. And this person was saying that the phone troll, he would like to see it be removed completely. And he said, I just think it puts the callers in a bad light, and it makes me feel uncomfortable when they get buzzed and they're not able to get it in. And then it never fails. I will say, well, if you just pay attention, and I'm going to do a phone segment, and it won't be a troll. And if you would like for me to, I will just let the caller decide when they're done. And you're going to be begging me for that phone troll.
Yeah.
You know, it's just sometimes it's not about being mean. It's not about this. It's about using the meat of the calls and the elements available to put on the best show for those who are actually listening.
Yeah.
And so there
You
is.
talking about respecting the time of others?
Yeah, sometimes it's
like being on time for meetings.
Yeah, it's kind of like just sometimes it's not. We're not being mean to the caller. We're being kind to the audience.
Yeah. Sometimes
if you can see it in that
mutually
light.
exclusive.
Right. And so 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Can we watch one clip of Pee Wee?
Sure. Here we go.
Where he proves he's in Texas.
866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As the show rolls on, thanks for being here. As we continue, if you want to see Helmsy, he's speaking to a couple of man churches this week. New Life Chapel, Madison, Alabama, on the 17th. So that's
tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you just remembered that. That's tomorrow night. This will be Man Church 2 for them as they go through the curriculum. Then 21st, First Baptist Church, Pelham, Alabama. They've been rolling with the strategy. Helmsy speaking there on the 21st.
Rise up.
Rise up. Yeah, rise up. I'm gonna get ourselves together. This life is like a truck. Also catch Rich Wingo, Winfield Baptist Church, Winfield, Alabama, on November 21st as well. All right, so Bubba, as we get back, a couple of things we need to update on. Remember Morgan Wallen?
Yes,
Morgan
sure
Wallen?
do. Yes, yeah.
Morgan Wallen
got canceled.
Morgan Wallen, Greg, help me a little here. I'm not as familiar with him, but and you're not. I know you're not either with country music, but he country music singer, singer.
Got canceled for somebody filmed him. He had a few too many drinks. Him and his buddies were cutting up. He dropped the racial slur. I don't think it was at any minority. In fact, I think the guy he was yelling at was white.
Right.
Anyway, so he was canceled, and
yeah, and then, but in a weird thing, and this is how we kind of need to stop and pause a minute. Okay, so he couldn't do the award show. He couldn't be on the award show. Right.
Even though he was nominated.
That
makes sense.
He was banned even though he was nominated. And his music sales skyrocketed.
But he had to make a donation to some charity.
And he made a donation.
He didn't beat him up because he didn't pay all he said he would.
And then he didn't have to apologize to Michael Strahan, too?
Yeah, do the official thing where I show up and then you interview me and I tell you how horrible I am.
Right.
Yeah.
So we did that.
But
again,
he's still banned, though, right?
But well,
he was from the ACMs that were on the other night.
Yeah. Still banned.
Yeah, he was banned from them.
Now remember,
but he was nominated, though, right?
But he was nominated.
Correct. Now don't miss this, Bubba, because this is the
so
part.
I'm confused.
I know.
If you're going to
But don't nominate.
completely take somebody out, why do you allow them to be nominated? You just say you can't be in our presence.
I guess.
When we announce
Isn't
the
that
award?
crazy?
That's kind of strange. I'm not justifying what he did or the actions against him, but that just seems strange that you let him be in categories.
You can't even
but
be
you
nominated.
can't be here to accept your award.
You should be blocked from being nominated if you're going
If
that
you're
route.
going to go, if you're going to go that seems logical, doesn't it?
But what we saw this happen with the making up the truckers thing and all this the other day. The problem is when his music sales went up when he was banned, there's the narrative that is preferred is this shows how awful and evil and racist our society still is.
Mm-hmm.
But it also could be that people get tired of people being canceled for doing things that were just a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, so
getting drunk, being stupid.
Yeah.
Let's look at the rest of it. I don't know him.
Right.
I don't know, but if he was a racist, now, again, he used a slur, and unless I'm wrong, I believe that this person he used it at was not African American.
Mm-hmm.
Again, inappropriate, offensive, sure, but you're gonna call him a racist?
Right.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and well,
I mean, you need more evidence against him before you label him.
And I know the word he used is worse than the one the president just used. I guess I don't know who keeps score.
Depends
with
on if it's in a song or
whatever. But
what color you are, who sings it.
But anyway, the president said something the other day that we're no longer supposed to be saying either.
We think, or did we get the official on that? We're not supposed to. Say that. We got to change some signs.
The way he used it, we are not supposed to do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, he did.
Okay,
say that.
and now he's getting away with it. And here's Morgan Wallen, which I know it's a little different. But what I'm saying is when people say, well, everybody's really responding to this guy, it shows how evil they are. No, it may also be they're tired of this cancel culture.
Like, we don't agree with what you're
doing. It may be their form
he
of
apologized. He said he was drunk and was embarrassed.
Yeah.
You know?
I think there's probably people that don't know him, didn't know him, but now supporting him because they're tired of the cancel culture over something that happens.
And can I tell you what? Because some of you just need to settle and listen. No one's saying what Morgan Wallen said about this. Also shows you don't get drunk and act like an idiot and videotape yourself and say things. And when you say things, it can upset people. All that's fine. But what I think people are starting to be tired of is, oh, wait a minute. So if I ever have a bad moment, I make a mistake, I'm done?
Even if it was a long time ago.
I can't
don't forget that twist, too.
I
it
can't
could be
work
10, 15 years ago.
I can't work anymore. I can't go anywhere anymore. I'm told I can't come to things, this kind of stuff. And so some people don't really like that. And some of their response may be that, not that they think this moment of drunkenness was some great moment that Morgan Wallen had.
Yeah, or they're defending using that word and your support,
All that may be in play.
Yeah, people are getting tired of it.
Yeah. So anyway, and then another person out there right now that continues to try to get your life back is O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson is quite the little case. If I had gotten away with what O.J. Simpson got away with, you would never hear from me again. You know, the only time you would hear about me, you know what they say? I saw Rick the other day, and boy, he was doing some good again.
Yeah,
everywhere he goes, he does good.
Every morning, I would wake up and go, "Wow, I'm not in jail." Wow,
Yeah, you talking about being a Boy Scout?
Well, he proved when he went and robbed his memorabilia back that he wasn't going to do that. Spend a little time.
So this is awkward here.
Yeah, Rick, we have a situation where O.J. is recognized by a young lady. They're in Las Vegas, looks like in a casino or something.
See, I wouldn't even ever go to Las Vegas again.
And O.J., she's making a big deal about it, and O.J.'s fired up that she's fired up. And somewhere along the line there, O.J. goes in for a kiss, and she completely does a bob and weave to miss it.
There's O.J.
Oh my! She's like, I ain't that into yo, John.
Oh, the face went with it too.
She looked up at him.
Yeah.
And I guess he thought that was a green light, but then she quickly moved out of the way.
Oh, that is a.
I mean, that's a complete mess.
I'm like you, Rick. O.J., that's the last place you need to be.
What are you doing?
Go home.
And by the way, let me
say that hear the music.
If there's one image we don't want to see, is you trying to make out with another blonde woman.
Yeah, that's not good.
I mean, O.J., that's all bad.
Nothing good about it.
It's all bad. Why are you not do something? Volunteer for something.
But he made that statement.
Go pick up trash. Do something.
Not too long ago about how everywhere he goes, everybody loves him.
Yeah. But look at the face. Oh, y'all.
She looks like somebody.
Poor old Speedy.
I can't place
poor old Speedy
who it is, but she looks familiar. Obviously, I don't know her, but she looks familiar.
I want you to picture. I want you to picture your guy friend seeing this.
Oh yeah, they go, hey, what you doing there, buddy?
Well, you won't say anything to him.
Well, that's true. He may
afraid he'll kill you.
Don't make him mad.
Hello, Twitter world.
What about saying he's out? He's out.
He's out, baby. He's out.
I like you, O.J., but not quite that much.
Now I want to. I mean, maybe not though. Is she saying he's out like he's just out on the town, or is this another throwback to the fact that he didn't get put in jail?
Rick, in today's world, probably does.
Well, I mean, he did serve time on the other thing.
He did. You're right.
And got out.
And he is out.
So I don't know.
But I'm telling you, if I'm O.J., if I survive all this and I still have my health and I get my life back, guys, people. I would go so far the other way that if you tried to trash me, people would defend me. Hey man, you need to leave him alone about that. He's turned his life around.
Yeah, where are you going to find him at? Well, he's down there working at the soup kitchen every day, helping others.
Hey, did you see Rick of that? Yeah, well, how's you doing good again? He's just helping people.
Right.
Hey,
he's not at the club.
Hey, he's a murderer. Hey man, don't say it about him. Okay. I mean, he's changed his life.
That's right. Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking then.
Yeah, but now, what do you go like? It's like he's like almost kind of rubbing our nose in it a little bit. Or in this case, tried to kill somebody. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us, and we're excited about chatting with you this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. If everything goes as planned, if you're kind of planning, the new Rick and Bubba double CD should be available to you Thursday. Some of you have been asking about that. Probably Thursday. Hard copies will be limited. They'll go quick, and then it'll go out to all the digital download world, but that takes a little longer, so that might be more closer to Christmas. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. How about you?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Yeah, and if we can get that as quick as we can out to the digital world, we will. All right, so Bubba, we found some audio to add. I think we just said in passing.
Yeah.
You did tell them that we had the Russians shoot a satellite, and all the pieces of it just scattered into the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you blow something up in space, Rick, it creates debris and it stays in orbit for a while, going real fast.
Real fast, so fast.
The U.S. Space Command on Monday accused Moscow of showing deliberate disregard for safety when it tested a new anti-satellite missile to destroy a defunct Soviet spy satellite. The crew on the ISS, which includes 2 Russian cosmonauts, were forced to shelter in place in their escape pod for 2 hours and brace for impact as shrapnel formed a cloud which threatened to strike the ISS each time it orbited the Earth about every 90 minutes. NATO, having been briefed on the test by Washington, condemned it for what it called a reckless act by the Russians that demonstrates Russia is developing new weaponry. And we have some of the audio from the astronauts at ground control on this.
And so this is interesting.
Hey, Mark, good morning. Sorry for the early call. We were recently informed of a satellite breakup and need to have you guys start reviewing the safe haven procedure. It's 9.21. We are planning on performing through Block 8, which will include closing the radial hatches. The time of concern is 0600.
Copy, 9.21. We're looking at executing that through step 8, and including closing the lateral hatches, and time of concern is 0600. Okay.
Boy, he's real calm.
That's a good read. We have a step on the ground to configure before you guys close those radial hatches. We will be sure to let you know when we are ready for you to perform your steps.
Takes a while to get there, doesn't it?
Well, no.
Good. Thanks for the heads up.
They're probably thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're just 200 miles.
To answer your question earlier about suits, we can support you getting into suits at your discretion. It's your call.
How can this
Just
sound
note
so
that
good
the
and we
Soyuz
can't get a
crew
good cell
is
call?
not in suits, and then heads up 15 minutes to the next debris field past TCA.
Endurance copies. And is the conjunction still yellow risk, or has it changed?
It's an equivalent yellow for the next debris pass, and then also we are estimating that the probability of a hit to Dragon would be lower than the rest of ISS.
Okay, Houston Endurance is SpaceX on console to have a conversation on Dragon to ground about forward actions if we do have a hit.
And Endurance Houston, yes, SpaceX is on console.
If it's under half an hour, we were thinking about coming back on the station. If it's more than half an hour, we were thinking stay suited and potentially come back home. This is all if Dragon takes a hit.
And Endurance Houston, alteration to that proposal, if Dragon takes a hit, we will get you back on station.
Copy. We'll come back on the station regardless if Endurance takes a hit.
And Endurance Houston, on Ground 1, just want to reiterate that we think it's small likelihood that Dragon would get an impact.
Wow, that's big time.
Yeah. So they had to go to their lifeboats, basically, and suit up at their discretion and wait on this debris field to pass, which is coming around every 90 minutes as they orbit the Earth. And they're closing hatches in case the space station takes a hit. It won't depressurize the whole thing, only that section. So they're doing, the protocol that's in place for this. But a lot of folks unhappy with Russia performing this test and not giving the U.S. advance notice. Usually we do that to the other superpower countries, so we don't think that they're launching a ballistic missile, an attack, and take appropriate action. So the Russians were testing a new anti-satellite weapon, which is one of the things I don't think we're supposed to be using right now. So China did it earlier. It got a lot of, a lot of attention. But think about all the satellites we have up there now: GPS, communications, weather, land satellites. Tons and tons and tons of satellites now. And you have just launched thousands of pieces of metal flying 4 times faster than a bullet out through space. So a lot of it will burn up, but some of it will stay in orbit and can be a danger.
So go back to this. All I could think about when I was listening to that, and Bubba even used one of the phrases, shelter in place, is I'm listening to that and I go, all right, so this is us when we think a tornado may come, and we're trying to figure out where we're located, what's the probability we're going to get it.
Yeah, how soon?
Yeah, all that. I got to tell you, even though that can be very dicey, can you imagine that you're floating in space and you're saying, guys, you might want to get ready, you might want to take a hit here. And you're like, did you say, what's the probability of a hit there? We talking red, yellow, green? And you really want to hear green.
Yeah.
And you hear, we're still yellow on this. Okay. Dragon may take a hit. Yeah. Dragon takes a hit. Look, we got to try to run. I mean, it's like, we're floating out here in space. What are y'all talking about?
That's their escape pod.
Yeah.
So, if it takes a hit, you got to get back on the station. So, But it's so much smaller, your chances of being hit would be less, obviously.
Right.
But a very dangerous situation.
Yeah. So is it how many times are they going to have to keep dealing with this till it all burns up? Or
yeah. I mean, there may be pieces in orbit for years. We don't know. It's just reckless.
I'm sorry. Don't they have to track these things and move satellites all the time manually to avoid space junk?
They can, and they do track about 20,000 pieces from launches prior that we've done, the Russians done, all that. But the point is, it's becoming a problem. So why add to it? Yeah. Because it does. I mean, you just take a bolt flying through space, it'll go right through the space station, leave a hole in it, and depressurize it.
That's what kicked off all the problems for Sandra Bullock in the movie Gravity.
It sure did.
Yeah,
it sure did.
Kind of the same deal.
Yeah. She didn't make it, did she?
Yeah, she did.
Did she?
I don't remember. Wasn't that good a movie?
It really wasn't. It's almost like somebody had a good idea and they thought, now, how long we need to go?
I know.
I thought the graphics on it were pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. There were things about it that were very intriguing.
Yeah.
It's almost like they didn't know what to do with the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been a person saying, hey, we got her. She's still floating in space. It's a lot of floating.
Oh, I know it.
You're up there.
See, that's my problem with Castaway. That was my problem with Terminal. Any of these things where the big thing is that somebody gets stranded. I just don't know how long I want to stay with the part where they're still stranded. Still stranded.
Still there.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, you think
stranded.
If a movie starts slowing down for me, something's got to happen. Matter of fact, I won't even get down to the end. I start thinking about Castaway. Do you remember the first time you ever saw that?
Yeah, it was disturbing.
Do you remember? Do you remember when he came home and you thought it was all going to be a happy ending?
I know.
Yeah, oh yeah.
God, it was a heartbreaker, wasn't it?
It was.
It was a heartbreaker.
How about when he goes to the stop sign out there?
Wow, I know. All I can think of is maybe something developed there.
Yeah.
You felt bad for him.
I did.
You were hoping that something would develop.
I did. I was like, my goodness.
Kids running around.
Well, but in all fairness, how's she supposed to know?
I know.
Everybody thinks he's dead.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Huh?
It has to be hard on her, too.
Yeah.
And the new husband.
Oh, gosh. New husband. Gosh, every time he sees a FedEx package, he gets mad.
Yeah. I mean, how does he know? You know?
Right, I know. It's awful. But I would have taken the time stranded. We'd have had more things to deal with, and we'd have wrapped up that segment a little quicker. I mean, we're stranded. I mean, if we're going to go with this guy stranded, he better be going through difficulty a lot more than he did. And I got to have more than conversations with a volleyball.
Yeah, that got kind of old.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show moving forward. All right, so a couple of things to update you on, and we'll get back to some more of your phone calls. At 866 We Be Big, You're America. Walking together through the... So many questions, so many things that must be addressed. Topics that are extremely important, like when will Top Gun 2 finally be in theaters?
When?
They pushed it to 2022.
But anyway, this is from New Hampshire. Now, this is the country in which you live in now. We have a student that was suspended for saying, wait for it, that there are only two genders.
How can that be?
Now,
How dare you?
Now, here's the part about that is interesting, that it happened in school. If you had a science teacher that was telling the truth, the science teacher would say the same thing.
How dare you?
Because there's nothing other than we just want it to be different,
right?
That it is different. You can say, I don't believe in God. Well, you still come to the same conclusion because the science that you claim that we should all follow. Remember, anybody that tells you, especially if they have a more of a leftist view of the world, anybody from that world that says, hey, you just need to follow the science, they need to change that phrase. I want you to follow my preferred science, because science says there's only two genders. Okay. So someone at school has been suspended for saying there are only two genders, and now the family and the student, they are going to sue the school district because he is a student athlete and he was suspended from a football game simply for expressing that, in his opinion, there is only two genders. I will go this far; it's not even your opinion.
It's really not.
It is a.
Isn't that bizarre how far we've come?
It's a bona fide fact that there are only two genders. Now, you can say we've decided to pretend there's more than that, and that's all right. I'm not going to go along with that.
Yeah.
But if you want to just acknowledge that we don't want to.
DNA states there's two genders.
Right. So what we're saying is
scientific.
This person wants us all to go along, and they could do this in their private life, but not anymore. They demand that society not bother them by saying there's only two genders. Now, Two genders is not a political statement. It's not a spiritual statement. I mean, we would say it was, but I mean,
and you can still live whatever you want.
Yeah, you can be the biggest agnostic atheist on the block, but still factually know there's only two genders. This is not just a biblical worldview comment. Yeah. I would also go to there seems to be some obvious even things you can observe when it comes to this. But anyway,
there's evidence, right?
Yeah. So he has, but let's say that you think it's just a point of view. It's a point of view he's not allowed to have. Now remember what we're saying here. It's not a point of view that he's in trouble because he says 9/11 was done by the government. He's not in trouble because he says
it's fake.
Yeah, he's in trouble because he said there were two genders, and he got suspended, and it cost him an opportunity to play in the game, and he is now suing the school district, saying you cannot remove me and cost me a football game over that statement. The district's policy, in case you're wondering, on transgender and gender nonconforming students requires that all programs, activities, and employment practices be free from discrimination based on sex, sexual orientations, or gender identity. He
didn't say that.
He
didn't say you couldn't identify as the opposite gender.
He's not discriminating. He's just sharing his opinion. There's only two.
He didn't stop anybody.
And by the way, he's a student.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't discriminate against anybody. You're really discriminating against him because you won't allow him to express what he believes to be the truth. Right.
See what's happening, and I think it was at Columbia University the other day. The pronoun thing, they're threatening discipline if you
that's insane.
If you don't use the correct pronouns.
Totally insane.
Yeah, well, I don't know what they are.
Yeah,
so I'm not
it's very confusing.
See, because I want you to think about this, and I wouldn't, and I don't think that I have this right. Okay, I have a right to express. But let's say that I went out and said, well, from this day forward, and by the way, we're gathering numbers. There's a number of us that we do not want anyone to be allowed to not adhere to our belief that Jesus Christ is the only name that anyone can be redeemed, and we will not have a society that we have to hear other people give their opinion that they believe that other religions have any standing. Because our belief system is that we are followers of Christ. God redeemed the world only through Jesus, and that's who we are. That's how we identify, and we don't want anyone to be able to say otherwise. Well, first of all, I don't have that right, but that's exactly what is going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's exactly what's going on here. If you want to have that in your private life and you even want to live it out and practice it, as long as you don't harm other people, fine. But you cannot start demanding that people say, well, you can't say that science says there's only two genders. Okay. But we have like science class here. I mean, it's what are you talking about? Now you're changing the findings of scientists.
Well, let me
in biology.
ask you this.
What are you talking about?
Chromosome wise, we have XX, XY. What are the others? Everything else is chosen or acted out.
Yeah.
I mean, those are really the two.
Yeah.
So
anyway, so he's suing back.
Deal with it.
Costco has alerted customers there is a Kool-Aid recall.
Yep.
Not Kool-Aid.
Not the great Kool-Aid.
Gosh, do you remember
Now, what's
Kool-Aid?
wrong with it?
Yeah, the big old jug running around.
Yeah.
Busting through walls.
Unfortunately,
we used to drink a lot of Kool-Aid growing up. A lot of Kool-Aid.
There's a Kool-Aid mix right now that may, and I would underline
Grape.
that may contain metal or glass.
Well,
was that a manufacturing
how much in
problem? Something went wrong during
certain
the
mixes of Kool-Aid, and should they not tell us which ones? Here we are. Here's the ones you got to watch out for. Everybody ready?
Watch it.
Recalls of the 82 and a half ounce Kool-Aid Tropical Punch mix.
That's a good one.
Tropical Punch.
Best used by the dates of August 31 through September 1. A small presence, potentially, of foreign material, very specifically, very small pieces of metal or glass. So that's not my favorite flavor anyway.
All right. So if it's Kool-Aid like flavor wise, what is your go-to flavor?
Grape or fruit punch?
I hope it's not tropical punch.
I'm gonna answer this like Don Juan used to. Red.
He did.
I like
he
purple.
sure did.
What's your favorite flavor, Don Juan? Red.
Red. That's what I like.
I have not drank any Kool-Aid in so long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even recall the last time I drank Kool-Aid.
Well, when we were kids, I remember the big picture of the refrigerator.
But when we were kids, Kool-Aid was king.
Yeah.
Of course, I found out again it's one of those things I thought our parents really liked. I was incorrect. It was extremely cheap.
An orange.
What did a packet cost? And then you go get water. And I mean, what are we talking about? What's a packet of that cost?
It wasn't much, too.
No, not at all.
So yeah, I haven't.
You ever try to eat the powder without the sweetener in
No,
there?
I haven't.
Careful now.
I haven't done that.
Because you had to add your own sugar.
Yeah.
You get it right out of the pack. It was like eating a sour persimmon.
Really? Was it really? So it didn't taste like.
Oh, it was bitter.
I forgot. You had to add your own sugar.
Yeah, you had to add sugar.
Which I think that's over the line. But yeah, I remember Kool-Aid being everywhere. I mean, there was always a picture of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do not participate in that any longer.
But now
I don't think my kids even drink.
I like the pre-mixed Hawaiian punch that comes in the big jug.
Yeah, you got that.
Already
You got
mixed.
high C. You
Hawaiian
got
punch is
your
good.
sports drinks and up and down the aisle. You got different flavors. I've noticed I'll go more grape, or as Don once said, red.
Fruit punch.
Yeah, fruit punch is all right.
Yeah. But or you would say purple if it was grape.
Yeah, grape, but I also like red.
You
In
do
other words,
like
I
red.
like strawberry, cherry.
Do you remember when Hawaiian Punch came in that big metal can?
Yeah, you had to put two
little can opener.
Yeah.
Make a triangle on the end, pour it out.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Rick and Bubba show, and now more than ever, family's coming. Here comes family. Are they going to be comfortable? You got everything set up like you need it? Allform.com/Bubba. Allform.com/Bubba. Outstanding, high quality, handmade in America in the great state of North Carolina. Chairs, sofas, sectionals, love seats, all at affordable prices. And here's the good news about them. They have a forever warranty. Forever warranty. That's the quality that we're talking about. You pick your fabric, you pick the color, you pick the leg types, plus you get the sofa sizes and shapes. You tell us which one you want there. And they can do this for home. They can do this for office. They can do this for a camp house, a lake house, a beach house, a mountain cabin, whatever. Office, they can do it all. So they really do have something for everyone, various armchairs and love seats, all the way up to an 8-seat sectional sofa. So you're not locked into anything. You can start small, buy more pieces of the furniture as you need it. And then if you go to an old-fashioned department store or even a furniture store, you're going to waste thousands of dollars on cheap furniture that's made with cheap materials from a lot of times from overseas. So it likely will take weeks too, and now really with the shipping problems we have now, months for it to arrive. But not with allform.com/Bubba. It arrives fast. Shipping is always free. You can have your new sofa or chair in 3 to 4 days. Customized exactly like you like it. So go to allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. You got 100 days to enjoy it in your home or wherever you have it. If you don't like it, then you get a full refund. And I told you about the forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba to save you 20% off anything you buy. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, I saw you trying to get Greg excited.
Well, Rick, you know what's going to happen in 2 days, 14 hours, 25 minutes, and 3 seconds.
I do not know.
We're going to have a lunar eclipse that we will see right here where we live. Now, this one's going to be pretty widespread, and what makes this one kind of interesting is the length of it. It's going to last over 3.5 hours. So when you get up early on Friday morning, the eclipse will actually start at 12:02 a.m. and end at 6 a.m.
I'll be right in the middle of it.
The peak time will be 3:02 a.m.
Oh, even better.
So you'll get to drive in and see a blood red moon, Greg.
How about that?
How about that?
How about that?
I thought I already seen that the other night.
Yeah, I have seen some red
It's
ones.
not going to be total, but there's only going to be one little sliver.
It ain't going to be a total eclipse of the heart.
Yeah.
Total eclipse.
Total eclipse. Well, I'm always in the dark.
This is
Do
one
y'all
of those
find
events
yourself listening to that one?
I always,
every time.
I do too.
always wonder how the flat earthers make this.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here
thanks,
we go.
Bubba.
Don't you though?
Oh,
I mean,
come on.
when you see, the curve of the earth moving across the moon, and
Dairy products are
casting a
good for
shadow
you.
on it.
Dairy
I know.
products are good for you. Let's don't start on anything negative.
Yep.
Yeah, let's
Well,
stay with that.
I was just wondering. I don't know what they thought about that.
Speedy, it's a big day for you on secondary embarrassment.
Yeah.
Good.
It's got secondhand. I mean, it's going to happen again.
What you got?
So we've got ourselves a PBS reporter that really, really wants this former Chinese political prisoner.
Yeah, right.
I can't pronounce the name, but really wants this person to talk about how Donald Trump reminded him of an authoritarian, tyrannical, evil emperor. But it takes a turn.
Yeah.
The political prisoner said, no, it's not really the Donald Trumps of the world. It's this wokeness that you people are doing. As a matter of fact, he's saying because of you allowing things like we just talked about in New Hampshire, you're already forcing yourself into an authoritarian state, and it's not because of one person. It's because of the society that you're living, and it's actually your embracing of all this that is doing it.
Yeah.
So here it is.
In your book, you're describing the directives of Mao Zedong during the Cultural Revolution that would be distributed publicly every night. And then you write, this is your quote, they served a function similar to Donald Trump's late night tweets while in office. They were the direct communication of a leader's thoughts to his devoted followers, enhancing the sanctity of his authority. So, do you see Donald Trump as an authoritarian?
I don't, if you're authoritarian, you have to have a system in supporting you. You cannot just be authoritarian by yourself. But certainly, in United States, with today's condition, you can easily have an authoritarian. In many ways, you're already in the authoritarian state. You just don't know it.
How so?
Many things happens today in U.S. Can be compared to Cultural Revolution in China.
Like what?
Like people trying to be unified in certain political correctness. That is very dangerous.
She thought she had something. All he meant was the way he communicated with the people.
Right, was similar.
Yeah,
direct.
Mao was able to communicate directly, and he sent out all this propaganda that kept reminding you why he should be in the place that he was in. And she thinks that this has opened the door for him to compare Donald Trump to Mao. And he's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm talking about
he completely goes 180.
Right.
On
no, what I'm saying is you got to have a system of changing to change people's minds. And she keeps waiting on him to say something about Trump. And he finally says, well, I'm really talking about political correctness. You're already doing it. And of course, that not exactly what she was looking for in the interview. I mean, but it is true, and I like that he says, "Hey, it's already happening." And of course, the world. Remember, we said with all this stuff that men would not take advantage, and people wouldn't use this gender confusion. Iran has now been accused of playing a man as goalkeeper for their women's national team. Now Iran shows up to win this thing.
They're serious about it.
Yeah, and they're demanding gender verification, an investigation after losing a penalty shootout to her 2 key saves, and they're saying that they think Iran's women's football team, they're talking about soccer, that the goalkeeper saved these 2 penalties, and they say this goalkeeper is not a woman. We think this goalkeeper is a man. And that Iran has snuck a man in there playing goalkeeper to try to win this thing. Well, I mean, how dare they question the person's gender?
Yeah. They demand a gender verification. Is that a PEEP test?
Bubba.
Yeah, I think so.
Bubba, have you seen the picture of the goalkeeper?
Let me see. Is it any doubt? Yeah, I believe I got something here. You can't have that jawline. That's not even close, Rick. That's a man dressed up.
Yeah. Does anybody think that's a woman?
God,
anybody at all?
That's an ugly woman.
All right.
Yeah.
Look at that jaw. Look at the square jaw.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I hate to say this, there's a little bit of OJ here. If you look at the jawline,
just the jawline.
If you look at the jawline there, look when does he look like OJ?
Rick, if you would have just held that picture and said, "What do you think that is?" There's no way I say female.
Well, and who are we to force this? I mean, maybe it's obvious that this person, this human being, wants to play on the women's team and wants to identify as a woman.
Maybe she's a country girl or something.
Well, maybe. And who are we to deny them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The thing that is the most hilarious part of all this, and I was even talking to my wife about this, and she totally agrees. She goes, only women could fall victim to all this and give up everything that we have worked so hard for. Mm-hmm. And now through all this ridiculous notion that there are more than 2 genders, please look.
Come on.
More than 2 genders. Really, what we're going to get now is a society. All this thing that we were talking about, men are evil, men are evil, men are evil. If only we didn't men. Now we're going to let men pretend to be women, and now men are going to tell us how that they can actually be a woman better than we can.
Yeah, exactly.
When you see the picture with her in contrast to the other teammates, you kind of
that's quite the jawline.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
it is.
The others do look female.
Look, and let me tell you something. She made 2 keys.
Except for him.
I thought that was the coach leading them on the field.
You know what it was? Hey, these women really kick hard. Not at that guy, they don't. to him, he's tried to catch some dudes kicking.
Yeah,
you know it.
Nothing.
He's taking them penalty shots and eating them like he's eating grapes.
Yeah, there's nothing female about that.
Well, who's the judge? Who are you to judge, Greg?
Who are you to judge?
Come on, Greg.
Who are you judging? Right. Now, apparently, science has already judged on this, but I mean, for some reason, we'll take your phone calls to wrap up the hour and anything that we may have missed. 866 We Be Big. Your phone calls and stories on the table right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
10
to
minutes
my
to the top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
866 we be big as the number. Daniel, out of the great state of New York, checking in. Daniel, thanks for your patience. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me all right?
Not great. It's not great, but go ahead.
Give me a second.
Daniel,
Is that better?
that's much better.
Now, much
better, buddy.
I had you on my Raycon Bluetooth. I just switched it to my phone.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. That is, as far as talking, that is better.
Me and my wife were in Jamestown, Virginia, seeing the original settlement. Through their archaeological digs, they have found bones, and they determined them to be male or female by the hip bone.
Yes.
Right.
The male hip bone is not as wide, and it's deeper, and the female is wider and more shallow for childbirth.
Right.
Now, that's through forensics, which last time I checked is a form of science.
Mm-hmm.
So even that science proves there's only two genders.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, side note, Honky Hank had me cracking up yesterday all day long. Thanks, Greg.
Get ready. He coming to Sesame Street near you soon.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Gentlemen, how are y'all?
Fired up. We're just so fired up we can hardly stand it.
All right, stop yourselves there. But all right, my wife is taking me to see Foreigner tonight. Where do they stand on your guys' American rock bands?
Oh, they're way up there with me.
Yeah, with Bubba, they're way up there. They're definitely high ranking. Yeah, with me too. Greg, where you got them?
I like Foreigner. Now, this band that travels that calls herself Foreigner, not one single member of the band, but they sound good.
If you get
my first concert.
If you get Mick Jones tonight, that'll make it feel a little more genuine and not a cover band or a tribute band. Yeah, it's more be a tribute band.
Just get into it.
They're
love
good,
it,
though.
live it. Don't
the songs are
overthink
great.
it.
The songs are great.
Enjoy.
Where are they at, by the way?
The concert hall in Birmingham.
Oh, tonight?
Yeah, the concert hall in Birmingham. Not the big arena, but the concert hall. But anyway, so Foreigner will be there. Mick Jones is getting kind of old.
He don't play full tour.
He doesn't do a full
Every
tour.
now and then he owns it though. He's the one that's regular.
You might get him tonight, but look, the set list you're going to
the
hear.
guy sounds just like.
Let me tell you, the good news, sir. The set list you're going to hear tonight, they will not fool around with any song that wasn't a huge hit.
Well,
I mean, you will hear nothing but great songs.
You can go 2 hours with nothing but radio chart toppers.
And this guy that sings now, he sounds good.
Would you like to know who will be see, a lot of you don't know around the country, our arena has been completely refurbished.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, it's been completely redone. Do you know who will play the first show in the big room? Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Really?
Yeah. They're the first band to ever play at Birmingham's new arena.
Yeah, I mean, I saw kind of some video inside.
Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't seen it, but all my concert buddies said they've seen it, and it looks really good. Yeah. Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Yes.
The debut of the new Birmingham. I don't know who's sponsoring it. It's probably got a sponsor.
Legacy Arena.
Legacy Arena.
Or it was at one time.
Greg, you can't call it that now. You don't know if that's true.
I thought it was.
Greg
just over there talking. Here we go.
At one time it was. I don't know what it is now.
Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Hey.
All right, sir. Y'all was talking about the Kool-Aid flavors a while ago, and y'all a little bit younger than I am, not that old far. But y'all remember the funny face drink, Goofy Gray, Loudmouth Lemon, Freckle Face Strawberry?
I do remember those, Greg. I do. They were like an off brand of Kool-Aid. They were trying to compete with the other ones. I mean, they didn't. Their campaign was not near as good.
Yeah, they were lower level.
Do you know something weird? And this won't surprise y'all at all. I never did drink those things. I drank Coca-Cola. That's what I wanted. I wanted a Coca-Cola. Yeah. I wanted a Coca-Cola, or I wanted a Dr. Pepper, or an RC.
I like those.
RC was good.
I like those.
All these fruit drinks and stuff. Yeah. I never was a big fan.
What
of
about a little orangeade?
I didn't really like it. No, I remember.
25 cents for a carton of it.
Come on.
Yeah, I forgot about orangeade, by the way.
It really wasn't juice.
No, I don't even know what it was.
I don't either.
I have no idea what it was.
It's like orange flavored water.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Orangeade.
Brian is on I-85. Brian, go ahead.
Rick, this may shock you, but ABC News ran a story that y'all always talking about Nebraska's football team trying to be a powerhouse. Well, they have a walk-on player that's out of the Navy's fields. He's 29 years old. He kept getting rejected and rejected until he finally saw the coach face-to-face outside the stadium. Now, this guy is the ultimate warrior. Got the upper body you just would not believe. And Alabama sure ought to hire him for a strength coach. But if anything comes about it, if he just trains the Nebraska football team to be a strength team, they are on their way back.
I saw that special. ESPN did a special on him Saturday morning. Yeah, and he's going.
Rudy?
And he's decided to take the 6 year that's available to him. He'll come back at 30
because of the COVID.
Right. So he'll play. And he is.
Was he
huge.
special teams guy?
Yeah, he's huge.
Wow.
I mean, he's. I think he wears like number 36 or something. he's like huge.
Nothing.
Or 31 or something. I don't know. That was your number, Greg.
That's right.
Travis.
I think 36 was right.
Out of Brantley, Alabama. It's a little step out of my part, but 37.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead, Travis.
Rick, Bubba was talking about the fats. That is true on the short term. I don't know what the long term will be, but I knew I was diagnosed with diabetes 5 months ago. And in 3 months, I done what he's talking about, the fats, and changed the way I ate. And that got me off all of my blood pressure medicine, cholesterol, and my sugar medicine. And so it does work, but I don't know what the long term will be.
Now say that again, because let me tell you what I think you're talking about. I think you're talking about when we talked about
the fats.
The fats and dairy
saying they're okay.
Are actually good for you. You're saying your doctor moved you to a diet that featured more of dairy, and it has helped you get off your meds. Is that what you're saying?
My doctor didn't. I did.
You didn't know.
They want to send the dietitian to learn, because they said if you don't change your health, you can't be on insulin. And family members, has lost their legs and toes, so I didn't want to go down that road.
No.
I went to YouTube and looked up what to do about it, and I found a Dr. Sean Baker Sean that wrote a book about carnivore diet, which is fats and meats. Eat all you want. You're not hungry, and that's what I did. And I got off all of my medication within 3 months. I went from 240 to 200.
Wow.
All of my joints where I couldn't hardly move, now I can walk a lot longer. It does make a difference, and the fats keeps you full where you don't get hungry.
Oh, there's no question about that. Bubba and I've talked about that for years. All right, so I guess what I'm saying, though, you're saying, but long term, if you're just only eating those, because you heard us talking about, I think really eating out of all the food groups is where we probably want to land.
Yeah.
But and not really take any of them out and be moderating in all of them.
Even the
balance,
the dessert group.
But you're saying even you're saying, but now with in your situation, it helped. But you even said, you can't keep eating like this forever. So you're going to have to enter some other things. You have to come back in because you might also have some problems with other areas of overdoing these. Mm-hmm. But anyway, but hey, it worked on the short term.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, there it is.
I thought he found out all that on his own.
Don't know what I was doing just then. For one moment, I had some credibility.
Yeah, right.
What in the world happened just then?
Yeah.
But I do think we are continuing to find out that this stuff of removing food groups completely.
Yeah.
It's not really the right thing. It should be a balance of all of it.
Yeah, you can get some gain, or in this case, loss by doing that. But really, I think more balance long term probably the better way to go.
It is. And
coming from a guy that loves Nutty Buddies.
Yeah.
Well, America made you do that.
Well, now let me tell you what happened with him.
That's your sugar and snacks.
I love that.
I like that group.
He came in and I could see that he was chewing, and my new breakfast had been over. Yeah. And I said, "What happened?" And I said, "Was it the gender story?"
Yeah,
America keeps
pushing me over the line again.
America
thanks,
did it
America.
again.
Hey, thanks, America.
Thanks, America.
Just when you have it under control.
When did you decide if America gives you a Swiss roll or a Nutty Buddy?
Well, it just has to hit me.
Okay.
right after he hits it.
There's no.
All right.
There's no formula here we're trying to work.
Right. That's it. I didn't know certain things were a Swiss roll and what level.
How stressful it was.
Yeah, which one's the most stressful? When you run to the Swiss roll or
Swiss roll's probably where, hey, we need help.
That's a big one.
Yep.
Nutty Buddy could be something mildly annoying.
Mildly.
Yeah. Thanks, guys, for being with us. If you leave us, you got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.